Oh, I've just got a note about the recording there. I'll just turn that off and say, got it. Um, Despite these issues, we have seen this increased presence of the criminalisation of coercive control across the globe. But alongside this, we've also seen the increased global attention more broadly on domestic abuse, largely because of high profile murders of women by men, and looking at the sort of broader understanding of the harms of violence against women and girls more broadly. So, for example, in England and Wales, we had the murder of Sarah Everard, which some of you may be familiar with, where Sarah was raped and murdered by a serving police officer in 2021. And also in Australia, we had the murder of Kelly Thompson, who was killed by her partner following 38 calls to the police over a 3-week period for breaches of intervention orders back in 2015. And often these kinds of high profile, horrific cases spark a sort of turning point moment in how we want to understand and approach responses to violence against women and girls through a criminal justice lens. And certainly following the murder of Sarah Everard, we had a real shift in England and Wales, where we had a large scale National Police Chief Council report that for the first time listed violence against women and girls as a strategic policing priority. And we also now have a government in power who committed to halving violence against women and girls over a 10-year period. So, a lot has happened since the criminalisation of coercive control in England and Wales, with even greater emphasis now on responding more effectively to violence against women and girls than what we've ever seen before. But in spite of this, and in spite of this change in appetite, we still see persistent issues with the ways in which coercive control is responded to, particularly by police, but also by other agencies. So, what I'm going to do for the remainder of the presentation now, after providing this sort of context, is to examine in more detail this sort of decade-long implementation journey of coercive control and think about some of the implications of this for Canada, who I know are sort of looking to adopt a similar approach. So I'm going to move on now to kind of focus on that for the remainder of the presentation. So for doing that, though, I just want to kind of provide a very brief overview for what I'm basing my discussion today on. And so over the last sort of 10 years or so, I've been involved in 3 funded projects which have looked at the policing response to coercive control in England and Wales since it was criminalised in 2015. And each of these studies involve partnering with a different police force across a different time period. So the first project, Study One, which it will be referred to throughout the presentation, was with one police force looking at a period of 2016 to 2017. And so this project basically involved looking at the police force data over an 18-month period. We analysed 156 coercive control police case files, and we also analysed 156 actual bodily harm, domestic abuse cases for comparison as well. The second project involved partnering with a second police force, and this stemmed from 2017 to 2018, this period of this project. This also involved analysing police data, but it also involved conducting a survey with 198 police officers. We conducted focus groups and interviews with senior officers and frontline officers, and also interviews with victim survivors. And the final study, Study 3, is our most recent project. And this particular study, we were particularly interested in looking at how police identify or misidentify who's the primary victim and perpetrator in coercive control cases. So here, this involved partnering with another police force. We again analysed this police data and coercive control case files. And we also conducted interviews with police officers of varying role and rank, and interviews with victim survivors as well. So you can see similar-ish methods across the 3 studies, but working with 3 forces and across 3 different time periods. So it gives quite a good overview of what's been going on in England and Wales over that time period. So, moving on now to thinking about some of the key overarching themes across that sort of body of work, and before sort of bringing it to thinking about this in a Canadian context. So, the first sort of theme across these three studies is sort of looking at responses to coercive controlling behaviour. So, in particular, I'm going to look at how coercive control is recognised and recorded as a crime by police. So, over the course of the three studies, there has been a small increase in the levels of recordings of crimes of coercive control by police officers. So, in the first study, you will see that there was only 156 crimes of coercive control over an 18-month period. So, that was less than 1% of all domestic abuse cases over that time period with that particular force. The second study, we saw a slight increase, so that increased to sort of 1.8%. And then in the third study, where we sort of looked at a number of different years, you can see again that there was a slight increase. So looking at 647 cases in the first year and slightly increasing to 811 in the final year of 2021. And this very much mirrors the national average, where we saw that in 2016, the first year after it was criminalised, relatively low levels of coercive control. And in 2023, which sort of maps on to our most recent study, we saw that that significantly increased to around 43,000, almost 44,000 cases of coercive control. Now, this increase has been heralded as a sort of a real evidence of increased recordings of coercive control. But we actually suggest that this should be treated with caution, because over that same time period, there was 1.4 million recorded cases of domestic abuse across England and Wales. That's police recorded. And from our crime survey for England and Wales, we estimate that that's really around more likely to be 2.1 million people experiencing domestic abuse. So against that bigger picture, we can still see that there is relatively low usage of the coercive control offence, even if we look to more recent times. And we talk to the police across the three studies about why they think there is still that relatively low usage of the offence, even though it is increasing. There are really two core reasons as to why they suggested it was relatively low. The first is the perception that coercive control was rare, hence the low usage. And we know that, of course, this is in stark contrast to the extensive evidence that we have, where we know that there are very high levels of coercive control within intimate partner relationships. And another kind of key reason that was given by police is that actually police officers are scared to use the offence. So you can see this from the quote on the slide there from the second study, where this police officer is talking about they got a call through for a job where the call handler suggested that the job could be coercive control, and they panicked. And they went on to say that, you know, when you get a job where it's a coercive control, people panic and say, oh no, because we don't really know about it. A lot of people are worried because it doesn't go through the court very often. So they're worried basically that they're going to put all of this effort in for basically it to be turned around and say that's not coercive control and sort of move on from it. So there was this sort of real fear to sort of use the offence because of the sort of lack of knowledge of coercive control. And even in our most recent study, we can see that there has been shifts in that perception, you know, with officers recognising the importance of recording offences of coercive control and recognising this behaviour. We can still see that there was relatively low usage of the offence, even though there was a greater recognition of the importance of recording crimes of coercive control. So, looking now a little bit at sort of the response to coercive control and looking at how police go about evidencing coercive control, which was another key theme that emerged from the collective body of work. So in the most recent study, we saw real positive developments of police officers over time recognising the need to dig deeper when investigating domestic abuse cases. And rather than necessarily looking at what's visible and what's there, the need to actually investigate further and look beyond the sort of immediate incident as to why a police officer might be called to a domestic abuse case. And as part of this, we saw that police officers were recognising the need to look for different ways to appropriately safeguard victim survivors that might not always equate to an arrest, as it can often be quite difficult to arrest for coercive control cases, as there might not always be the same amount of physical evidence available. So you've got this quote here on the slide from a police officer where they're basically saying, you know, the priority in coercive control cases is safeguarding. It's really maybe about inviting the suspect in for a voluntary interview. There isn't always necessarily the evidence to arrest, but it's really important to make sure that there is that safeguarding in place to make sure that adult and child victim survivors are safe. So this we felt was a real sort of positive step forward in terms of understanding coercive control in the round, because it was not only that recognition of the need to dig deeper, but also the importance in looking at a range of different safeguards that could be put in place to protect victim survivors. But even though we had those sort of positive moments within this sort of body of work, we've still identified that over the course of the 3 studies, there were issues with police officers continuing to respond to coercive control as isolated incidents rather than as a pattern of abusive behaviour occurring over time. And this issue was evident across all 3 of those studies. So, for instance, the first study, when we looked at the case file analysis, we noted that at least 87% of the intimate partner actual bodily harm cases could have also have been recorded as coercive control, but there were missed opportunities there to doing that. And also in the second study, we noted that many police officers highlighted that when they were responding to domestic abuse incidents, they were looking out for physical incidents of violence rather than necessarily sort of looking out for the broader psychological and emotional abuse that sort of usually is part of coercive control. So you can see this quote on the slide here where this officer's saying, you know, I will admit when I go to a domestic, I'm just thinking about physical violence. I've got that total tunnel vision, which is a very honest assessment of how they respond to domestic abuse. And even in our most recent study, you know, where I've just said, you know, we did notice improvements in police officers' understandings of coercive control, there was still that emphasis on physical violence influencing whether or not an arrest will be made, where this officer here is saying, you know, I would make an arrest if there was that immediate physical threat. So again, there's that sort of emphasis on, you know, arrest equating to there being physical violence present. And the dramatic shift in approach that's required in the policing response to effectively respond to coercive control is a really significant challenge, which is especially acute for frontline officers, where this is sort of one of the many offences that they will respond to in any given day. And these kind of challenges are compounded by resourcing issues, which we're certainly facing in the UK and I know elsewhere across the globe. So there are still complexities here in terms of how police officers are responding to coercive control, with that emphasis still being on responding to isolated incidents of abuse rather than that pattern, and also physical violence still being equated as being more risky behaviour, which I'll come back to a little bit later on in the presentation. So moving on now to looking at the sort of second substantive theme, which is sort of issues with communicating with victim survivors. And across the second and third study in particular, where we interviewed victim survivors as part of this work, this was a real problematic theme across that body of work. So in the third study, there were notable issues with miscommunication and misidentification of the primary perpetrator and victim, which was particularly acute when alcohol was present. So you've got this quite long quote on the slide there, and I appreciate it's a lot of text, but this is from a victim survivor who I've called here Angie. And I'll let you read this quote in your own time now, but this is her kind of summing up some of those issues that can happen in that frontline police response moment when police officers are responding to a coercive control case where there might not always be the physical evidence present, and they're trying to sort of understand what's going on at any given moment and what can kind of cause complexities there. So I'll let you read that quote in your own time, but I think that it's quite a powerful example of the ways in which alcohol, maybe sort of fighting back and not coming across as sort of the ideal victim, might cloudy police officers' judgment during that frontline response. And to try and sort of unpick some of this, in a recent paper that we've written on this, we kind of call these sort of moments, we've sort of called it the 5 M's, which happens during the sort of frontline response to coercive control. And this sort of highlights how, when identifying coercive control in that first policing moment, misunderstandings can and do occur. That's the first M. Where there needs to be decisions made about who's the victim and who's the perpetrator in a moment where there's very limited time to respond. And in those moments, there can also be potential for miscommunication to occur when victim survivors have to communicate incredibly complex experiences of coercive control, which are very traumatic in a matter of moments to police officers, which they might not themselves understand as coercive control yet. And it can be really difficult if alcohol and other factors are added into the mix as well. So there's the potential for miscommunication there. And then, of course, expectations of ideal victimhood play a role here and can contribute to a victim being wrongly misidentified, the third M, as a perpetrator, for example, if they don't fit the script of what an ideal victim looks like. And also, in that context, a perpetrator may be able to manipulate, the fourth M, the situation, and direct attention to the victim survivor and away from themselves, which again allows more potential for misidentification to occur. And then within this context, all of this adds weight to the perpetrator's account, and then therefore leading to the minimisation, the fifth M, of the victim survivor's testimony. So you can see, even just from that one quote and looking at those kind of 5 M's, as we call them, how incredibly complex that moment, that frontline police response moment is when responding to coercive control, and the difficulties that victim survivors have in those moments of trying to communicate those difficult experiences to police. And I should note that that's particularly acute for marginalised victim survivors, which I'll come back to later on. Also, when thinking about communication, many of the victim survivors that we spoke with highlighted issues with a lack of communication on how their case was progressing, which is highlighted by the quote on the slide there from the victim survivor, Jessica, sort of saying that, she didn't have a clue what was going on, there was no update, and she didn't know what was happening. And what's really key here is that we know we've got extensive research that highlights that delays through the criminal justice system can have incredible negative emotional impacts for victim survivors and can contribute to their lack of trust and faith in the criminal justice system. And we also know that coercive control investigations are often quite invasive in victim survivors' life. Devices, phones, for example, have to be taken for long periods of time. And if there are delays in this process and if victim survivors are not kept updated on what is happening in the progression of their cases, this can be incredibly distressing and can often lead victim survivors to wanting to withdraw from the police investigation. And we found that this was a real issue across the 3 studies, mostly because coercive control cases are often very complex from a police investigation point of view. The final point to reflect on in relation to victim survivors is many of the victims that we spoke with sort of suggested that police officers, from their point of view, didn't always necessarily fully understand the harms of coercive control, or didn't feel that their experiences were always taken seriously. And again, a long quote, but this really this quote here from Hannah really captures this, highlighting that, the police, I'll let you read it in your own time, but just basically the police officers tend to look at what's in front of them, not beyond that. But coercive control isn't always something that you can see. It's unique to the people involved. So a police officer chatting to you for an hour or usually less, they're not really going to get all of that. And I'll let you read the rest of the quote there, but I think the kind of end point that Hannah ends on, of really, it's only when you look at everything together that's going on in a relationship, when you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together, that you're going to be able to sort of understand coercive control. And I think this quote really speaks to the complexities of police officers being able to see and understand the harms of coercive control, especially during those very limited frontline police response moments when victim survivors themselves may not be able to fully understand their experiences. And it's also important to remember that, from a lot of the work that we've conducted on this, it's actually very rare that victim survivors will call the police specifically to report a crime of coercive control. It's more likely that coercive control becomes apparent when they call the police for something else, like criminal damage or an incident of physical violence. And so, encouraging police officers to understand domestic abuse through that lens and take that step back really does require a lot of relearning and rethinking the way that domestic abuse is traditionally responded to. I also just want to touch briefly for a moment on a kind of a key issue that sort of emerged from the three studies, which is sort of broader continuities for the criminal justice process. All three studies have identified real challenges with low charge and prosecution rates for coercive control. And I think that some of the reasons for that are really echoed in this quote on the slide here from the police officer that we spoke with in the second study. Which is basically that coercive control is quite easy to reboot. If you accuse somebody of putting a tracker on a vehicle, all they have to say is, I was concerned for her safety, or maybe if there was financial abuse there, I've got control of their money because they're no good with money, but I've got her best interests at heart. And it's difficult to sort of prove otherwise. And I think that was kind of one of the main challenges, really, that police officers spoke to across the three studies in terms of evidencing, which is this idea that, coercive control is one word against the other. But actually, we would challenge that across the three studies that we've conducted and highlight that, yes, it can be difficult to evidence. However, there were many evidential opportunities that were missed. So, for example, speaking with third parties, friends and family, getting really detailed statements from victim survivors. There's nothing more powerful than victim survivor testimony in coercive control cases. And we noted many examples where perhaps that was rushed through and not really given enough time and consideration. So we have seen in England and Wales that training has elicited some positive benefits in this space. So particularly in terms of arrest rates, for example. But we do still see these challenges with the relatively low charge rates of coercive control, and there being a very high evidence threshold there. So I'll come back to this in the sort of closing section. But again, it's just something to think about in the Canadian context when thinking about justice for victim survivors, that if it is incredibly difficult to get coercive control cases over that prosecution line, how might that be managed to ensure that victim survivors feel that sense of justice from there being a piece of coercive control legislation? And the final thing that I want to touch upon before sort of bringing this all to a close is thinking about ongoing tensions for inter and multi-agency working and the sort of risk assessment process to domestic abuse and coercive control cases. Because across all three studies, we identified real issues with the ways in which risk was understood and assessed in coercive control cases. So in the first study, for example, we found that coercive control cases were more likely to be risk assessed as high risk than other types of domestic abuse during the frontline response. However, other types of domestic abuse were more likely to result in an arrest and be charged. So there were maybe issues with understanding risk at all stages of the police response process. And in our second study, we presented our police participants with two scenarios. One was an incident of physical violence between intimate partners, and the second was a coercive control scenario, which featured very high risk behaviours such as stalking, monitoring, and extensive examples of control. And what we found was that officers were much more likely to grade the physical violence scenario as high risk and were more likely to arrest in that scenario compared to the coercive control example. And across all three studies, there was issues with having those shared understandings of the risks and harm of coercive control across various different roles within the police. So from frontline officers to call handlers and also investigating teams as well. And that's kind of highlighted there with the quote on the slide there, highlighting the issue with all parts of the policing response not being fully joined up. And of course, these issues with understanding the risks of coercive control have really significant implications for the support that victim survivors receive. Um, and and also their perceptions of how police officers view and understand coercive control as well. So, what our victim survivors across the latter two studies reflected on was the ways in which risk assessment tools, so particularly DASH, which is the risk assessment tool that we use in England and Wales, basically encourages officers to focus on the sort of here and now rather than thinking about sort of long-term safety implications. And this is really highlighted in this quote here on the slide from a victim survivor called Laura, where she talks about she rang the police as a last resort. She told them everything was what was happening to her. They asked her a load of questions, i.e. the risk assessment form, and they basically determined from that she wasn't high risk. But, she said, actually, a lot of those questions didn't allow me to say anything about my experiences from my own perspectives. And how can 20 questions allow them to determine how safe I am? Which I think really sort of highlights the limits of risk assessment tools that are often in place at the disposal of police officers in capturing the complexities of coercive control. We've discussed this at length in a few published papers, which I'm happy to share. But I do think that this is a significant issue to sort of bear in mind in terms of thinking about currently how we assess risk in domestic abuse cases is very much focused on what's happening in that moment rather than looking at domestic abuse as a course of conduct. We do have a new risk assessment tool now in England and Wales called DARA, which you might have come across and heard of, which has been designed to try and better capture coercive control. But we do still think that the reality may very well be that a lot of the issues do still persist with how risk is assessed, which I'll come back to in my sort of in a moment in my final closing section. So I realised there that there was a lot of information, but I wanted to kind of highlight a lot of this in terms of thinking about the sort of lessons and learning that I think that could be taken from the context in England and Wales to Canada and also, of course, other jurisdictions across the globe as well. And the first thing that I would emphasise is the importance of time. As you can see from those three studies, change doesn't happen overnight. Nowhere is that more evident than in responses to domestic abuse, as we all know. But the third study has highlighted some notable improvements in how police understand coercive control. So that recognition of the need to dig deeper, for example, and the need to prioritise safeguarding. But also, all of this learning hasn't occurred in a vacuum either. It's a result of a sort of long historical trajectory that we've seen in England and Wales of really trying to shift the policing focus in terms of how domestic abuse is responded to. So that there has been that real cultural appetite there to try and change the way that domestic abuse is responded to. But even though we have this context, and we're 10 years on, there is still some way to go. We still do have relatively low levels of coercive control cases going through police progression. We still have low number of charge rates, low number of convictions, for example. And there are still those issues there with responding to coercive control as those isolated incidents, issues with victim survivor communication and so on, particularly if victims don't fit that sort of ideal victim narrative. And all of this really does require a sort of significant cultural and attitudinal shift, which takes time. And actually, it is questionable whether or not the criminal justice system and the foundations upon which it was built will ever be able to fully make that shift. The second thing that I would also encourage a consideration of in the Canadian context is largely an outcome of the first as well, is the need for appropriate resourcing and financing to implement coercive control effectively. So this includes national awareness raising campaigns, making sure there's shared training across key agencies, that there's funding there for specialist services that goes beyond the criminal justice system. Because, of course, we know that the criminal justice system is only ever one part of the puzzle, and that actually it's never the only solution for victim survivors in providing justice and support in relation to domestic abuse. Funding and resource beyond the criminal justice sector is key to getting responses to coercive control right. And obviously, alongside that, it is also the importance of partnership working and having that collective and shared understanding of the problem faced. And the third, which I would really encourage a consideration of as well, is thinking about the limits of risk and risk assessment tools in capturing coercive control. And our victim survivor and police respondents highlighted the issues with risk assessments in using those as a response to coercive control really quite extensively throughout the 3 studies, because basically they encourage police officers to respond to moments in time, whereas actually what victims are looking for is that long-term support and safety planning. And even though we've seen in our most recent study, there is that recognition from police of the need to engage in that safety planning, there is still further work and steps to go in that regard. And the final point that I would make here is the importance of listening to victim survivor voices. And that is particularly significant for including the voices of marginalised and minoritised victim survivors. Because for victims living with coercive control, barriers to seeking help are insurmountable. They're likely experiencing social isolation. They have likely been stripped of their ability to make independent decision-making skills. And of course, those kinds of issues are particularly acute for marginalised victim survivors. So what justice looks like can be varied, it can evolve over time, and it's incredibly complicated. So starting from a place of listening, if a victim survivor comes for help and support, is a key piece of the puzzle in implementing coercive control effectively. Now, this might sound very basic, but actually, as we've seen across the 3 studies, that issue with victim survivors not being believed and not being listened to was a persistent issue, and a new law alone is not going to allow transformative change in that regard. Because what's needed really is a cultural and attitudinal shift, which goes beyond thinking through that sort of ideal victim lens and beyond that sort of incident-focused approach to responding to domestic abuse. And in lots of ways, we can learn from sort of procedural justice approaches here, in terms of not only giving victims space to share their stories, but respecting their stories, treating them with dignity is also key. And also highlighting that actually usually what victim survivors want is to be heard, but also to feel safe. So emphasising safety is also key there. And so, really one of the key takeaways from this body of work is the importance of seeing that full picture and the importance of truly listening to and engaging with victim survivor experiences. So, to conclude then, what I would say is, although we've seen that, many jurisdictions across the globe, Canada, of course, included, are looking at this approach of criminalisation to coercive control. And there is real merit in doing that, because it obviously sends a very clear message that this type of abuse needs to be taken seriously, holding perpetrators to account. coercive control as a legislation is always going to be limited because of the constraints of the criminal justice system to be able to provide justice for victim survivors. Because, of course, not all victim survivors seek a criminal justice response for many legitimate reasons. So the key is that a standalone offence of coercive control is really just one part of the puzzle in taking coercive control seriously and understanding coercive control. Because, coercive control was criminalised in England and Wales 10 years ago. And although we've made some improvements, there is still some way to go. So really, it should be seen as sort of one part of the stepping stone to try and make that cultural shift for key agencies tasked with responding to domestic abuse to sort of take this type of abuse seriously. So, it isn't a silver bullet that's going to resolve all of the issues as we've seen in England and Wales, but ensuring that multi-pronged, multi-agency, holistic approach that emphasises safety and perpetrator accountability and listening to victim survivors would be an excellent platform to build from for a Canadian context and beyond. So I will stop there. There's some examples of the work that we've published from this body of work. And I'd be delighted to sort of take questions and comments if there are any, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Barlow. That's an incredible, insightful look at the implementation journey and such important lessons for Canada as we look at our path forward. Now, I do invite anybody if you have questions for Dr. Barlow. And Balbir has a mic as well. Oh, we already have a take.
She selected me, apparently. Hi, Charlotte. It's Amanda. How are you?
Oh, hi, Amanda. I can't see you, but I recognize your voice. So lovely to hear you, I'll say.
Thank you again for such an excellent presentation. You always do such an incredible job of linking the research and the policy recommendations. So really appreciate that. I have a couple questions. I'll just maybe ask the first one. As you know, we had previously introduced a motion to criminalize coercive control, which then died when our Prime Minister stepped down. There's now been...
You might have just stopped.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say it's dipped out, so...
Andy will bring it.
Looks like we got to charge one.
Have to change the battery.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. So we have a new bill that's been introduced just as of December. It looks very similar to the legislation that was previously introduced, which was modeled more on Scotland and New South Wales's approach, which is within the legislation, we actually specify a number of different examples of what controlling behaviors might look like. And I know when England and Wales introduced theirs, you were the first, and you were very sort of broad, saying essentially it's an offense to coercively control your partner. So I'm curious your thoughts on our legislation being more specific with some of those examples. Do you anticipate that that would help in terms of the implementation or hinder it in some ways?
Yeah, so I think that one of the key issues with the legislation in England and Wales is the fact that it is so broad. It includes a range of different relationships, family, intimate partner, and there's a lack of definition of what coercion is, what control is. So that is one of the significant issues that sort of police face. So I do think that it is a welcome addition to provide those examples. I think that one of the things that I would sort of think about and consider is what we're seeing in the police response in England and Wales is we're seeing that coercive control is increasingly being sort of linked with certain types of behaviour. So, for instance, there's a increase at the moment on really focusing on tech facilitated abuse and sort of looking for trackers on cars, looking for social media, which obviously is important, but there's a lot of coercive control that falls outside of that context as well. So I think that because coercive control is often so unique to the relationship and the people that are involved, it's about trying to strike that balance of providing those examples, but also not being so prescriptive that then anything that falls outside of that lens that may actually also be part of the coercive and controlling relationship doesn't get lost. So yes, in short, I do think the examples are useful, but I think it's also about making sure that there is that emphasis that coercive control can look different for many different relationships as well. So hopefully that answers the question, Amanda.
Definitely. I do a lot of research with police. And so when they're given the list, they look to the list and they don't typically look beyond the list necessarily. So I also had a question, sort of your last point on your slide was about the multi-agency type of approach. And so we, generally speaking, see that victim support workers have a better appreciation of coercive controlling behaviors than, a frontline officer who's handling all sorts of different calls for service, including our intimate partner violence calls. So I'm curious, have you seen any examples of partnerships between victim support workers and police in terms of managing those calls or those reports? And is that something that maybe could facilitate a better, deeper conversation about the pattern and help maybe increase the recognition of coercive control, especially when there isn't a violent component? Just curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And I think that we have seen examples of that. So we have in England and Wales, they're called independent domestic violence advisors, which are sort of, specialist victim services that are usually parts of sort of specialist domestic abuse services. And we've seen a few police forces have trialled an IDVA, they're called, going to the frontline response of a domestic abuse incident with an IDVA in with them. And then they are the ones that will then engage with the victim survivor and sort of try and sort of tease out coercive control, for example. And there's been real success in that approach. What we do see, though, unfortunately, is obviously this costs money and there are significant sort of resource and finance issues, as in England and Wales as there are across the globe at the moment. So even though there are success stories there, it's often quite difficult to finance that in a longer term way. But it's a real, it's been really positive, particularly from a sort of victim survivor perspective of, feeling like they're being listened to and believed, or what I was sort of saying in the final parts of the presentation. So yes, I do think that'd be a great idea. It's just thinking about the sort of resource implications of that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Amanda.
Any other questions?
Hi, my name is Bethany. I'm actually one of Amanda's research assistants here in BC. And my question was just around the training that these officers had around when this law was introduced. I'm just curious what that training looked like, if there was any, and also did you by chance measure how much that increased their understanding of coercive control?
Yeah, so thank you, Bethany, and hi. Yes, one of the key kind of resources and finance that's sort of been put behind the sort of criminalisation of coercive control in England and Wales is training. So we have a national training programme called Domestic Abuse Matters, which now I'm pretty sure all police forces have now been trained using that programme at least once. Some have had it repeated. And my colleague, Ian Brennan, there was a quote, a reference, on the slide for that study, but I can share it for anyone that would be interested, did an evaluation of that and found that following training, there were increases in arrests of coercive control and sort of some improved understandings. But like we always see with training, what tends to happen then is that plateaus out if people haven't had training for a while, or maybe if it's not renewed. So there are some issues there. We've also developed a training package informed by this body of work, which police forces have used and also had success. But again, it's always the sort of same issues if it's not repeated. I'm very happy to sort of share that training package. It's free to sort of access with anybody in the room that might be interested in that. So please do get in touch if you are. But yeah, in terms of what the training looks like, it's largely about trying to encourage an understanding of what coercive control is, the harms of it, and then also then about how to sort of implement that in your job. So looking at risk and risk assessments and arrests and so on. So yeah, there's been quite a big investment of training, which I do think is key. I think one of the issues that we've seen is that's not necessarily repeated across all key agencies. So I think that's something to consider for Canada, making sure that it's not just the police, but other key agencies as well that have that training.
Thank you, Charlotte. We do have training for our officers here as well. Maybe next year we'll get them to come and talk about their training, but here's another question for you.
First of all, I would like to thank you for presenting well-researched and a lot of facts and figures presentation. One question is that your study and legislation, how that is going to help in Canada, and especially NEVR organization to lead and push for legalization or not.
So just to confirm, so was that about how I think this will help the Canadian context? Sorry, my connection just dipped a little bit there. Is that right?
That's correct, Charlotte.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think the key sort of takeaways I would say is thinking about the points that are made around risk assessment, I think would be really important, thinking about how that might look differently, sort of focusing on safety and safety planning rather than risk assessment is important for coercive control. Thinking about listening to victim survivors and making sure they have the time is also really important, as I mentioned. And I also think making sure that there is a real lead in with implementation and not expecting there to be quick change straight away, making sure that maybe training is in place before implementation happens, or making sure that there's those national awareness campaigns before the legislation is implemented. I think doing that work in the early stages would really help to make sure that when the legislation is in place, that it's more effective. So yeah, those are some of the key things that I would suggest, in ensuring that everybody's on the same page, that there's those shared understandings across key agencies of what coercive control is and how it should be responded to effectively. So I hope that answers the question, but I'm just also aware of time, but I'm happy to expand on that if needed. But thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. This is Belvier. I want to thank you on behalf of NEVR for an amazing presentation. It really informs us to think about how our legislation is going to be implemented here and learn from your lessons and not make the same mistakes, hopefully. So thank you so much for sharing. Again, we really appreciate it.
Oh, no, thank you so much. It's been an honor, so thank you. Oh, and I can see your hands clapping. I just can't hear them, but it's very good blocking out of sound. But thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. So for the participants in the room, you know that we have breakout sessions next, and they're all in this building up on the 3rd floor. So if you're looking at your program, trying to decide which one you want to attend, there is a workshop in here. And then there are 3 other rooms, but they're all on the 3rd floor. So you can either go up the stairs that are right here, or you can go to the other end of the building and you can take an elevator. Yeah, and they start at what time? At 11. So have coffee, mingle, and get there by 11. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone. Oh, I think the mic might have dipped there.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Enjoy your coffee. I'm very jealous. Bye.
Bye. Oh, and also lunch will be served at 12:30. Sorry, just one moment. Everybody's too excited for the workshops. I know, there are going to be some good ones. There's two workshops and 2 panel presentations.
System. However, this approach overlooks a critical reality. Many immigrant women are seeking safety and support. They're not seeking pathways that involve police or court processes. For some, pursuing charges may feel very unsafe, not desirable, particularly where their immigration status is on the line, family ties, or economic dependency are involved. Second, these strategies are not designed with immigrant women in mind. They often lack an intersectional approach that accounts for immigration status, race, language, sponsorship dynamics, and most importantly, their length of time in Canada, all of which shape both experiences of violence and access to support. Third, there is a lack of disaggregated data. Immigrant women are often grouped into broad categories, such as newcomer, women and families, visible minorities, and diverse communities and populations. This one-size-fits-all model becomes obscure because important differences such as immigration status and length of time in Canada, again, which shape both the experiences of violence, but also how they access support. Yet all of this remains unaccounted for in our policy design as well. As a result, these strategies are often built on generalized assumptions rather than lived realities of immigrant women. Now, this creates a disconnect between what the systems offer and what the women actually need. So at the core of many gender-based violence responses in Canada is what I refer to as the dyadic model. Now, this model assumes violence occurs between one victim, one perpetrator, and that safety is achieved primarily through separation, through formal interventions such as policing, courts, shelters, or victim services, and offender management programs. Now, the result is that system responses remain reactive, individualized, and crisis-driven, rather than prevention-oriented. But this model does more than guide intervention. It shapes how violence is understood across systems. It underpins not only the criminal legal system, but also policy frameworks, risk assessment tools that are used by police officers, social workers, and others, and also service design. Now, importantly, the dyadic model also reinforces a gender-fixed assumption about violence. While gender-based violence is deeply gendered and disproportionately affects women and girls, evidence shows that victimization and perpetration are not limited to one gender. According to Statistics Canada data, violence operates across genders and contexts. And the World Health Organization similarly notes that while most violence against women is perpetrated by men, violence can also occur across all genders. Now, the problem with this dyadic model is not that it recognizes gender patterns of harm, it's that it collapses complexity into rigid roles. And while this model works for some, it does not reflect the realities of many immigrant women. What my research in the voices of immigrant women and service providers makes clear is that for many immigrant women, violence is not confined to a single relationship. It is collective, relational, and involves multiple perpetrators across the family system. It can involve in-laws and extended family members, sometimes in Canada or the home country. And in some cases, the primary abuser is not the husband at all. It's the mother-in-law. Now, these experiences are shaped by power dynamics and structural factors like immigration status and financial dependency, and reinforced through community norms like stigma and family expectations around marriage and making a marriage work. Now, violence extends beyond physical abuse. It includes coercive control, surveillance, restricted communication, and monitoring, not only by the partner, but sometimes family members or community members. Now, this means that violence is not just interpersonal. Again, it is embedded within the family system and the larger community. And this has important implications for safety. Leaving or reporting abuse is not always straightforward or a safe option. Immigrant women may be weighing risks not only to themselves, but to family members here and abroad. Now, once we understand that violence is collective, relational, and shaped by structural constraints, it becomes clear that help seeking is not a linear process. For many immigrant women, help seeking is strategic, constrained, and often unsafe. Decisions about disclosure are shaped by ongoing assessments of trust, safety, and consequence. For example, who can I trust? Who will this impact? Will this make things worse if I report? As one participant from my study, Asha, shared, quote, "It's like whom to trust and where to go, where to find help," end quote. That question reflects the reality many immigrant women face, navigating not just violence, but uncertainty about whether disclosure will increase danger, lead to immigration consequences, loss of children or housing, or loss of a community. In this context, disclosure is rarely a single event. Immigrant women, as you may know, may reach out, pull back, return, or recant their story, not because the support is unwanted, but because circumstances shift and risks change for them. When systems interpret this as non-compliance or indecision, they misunderstand help seeking entirely for this population. What looks like inconsistency is often active safety working within constrained options. Now, when immigrant women do seek help, they often first turn to informal supports, which can include family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and community members, including faith-based and community leaders. These are often the first and sometimes only available support. Now, formal supports, on the other hand, include social workers, settlement workers, shelters, healthcare providers, and the criminal legal system. And all of these are usually entered cautiously, if at all. Now, what my research with South Asian immigrant women shows is that responses matter. Disclosure, whether to informal or formal supports, can sometimes silence women, discourage further help seeking, and in some cases, allow the abuse to continue. This is not because women are unwilling to seek help, but because how they are responded to shapes whether help feels safe, useful, or harmful. Now, research consistently shows that immigrant women face a disproportionate risk of domestic and family violence, yet their experience is often underreported. Again, not because the violence is less severe, but because of unique intersecting barriers across multiple levels that shape whether and how someone can seek help. Now, at the individual level, there are real concerns around safety, which I've pointed out, shaped by social isolation, language barriers, immigration status, and patriarchal dynamics within relationships. At the structural level, women often have limited knowledge about their rights and fear systems like policing, child welfare, immigration, because these systems feel very unfamiliar to them. They also might be inaccessible or even weaponized against them. Housing insecurity, lack of childcare, limited access to legal aid or interpretation, financial dependency, and a shortage of culturally relevant and immigrant-specific services further compound risk. These are often treated as separate policy issues, but in reality, they're central to how gender-based violence is experienced and survived. Layered onto all of this are societal and cultural pressures. Shame, stigma, what will my family think, what will the community think, social isolation, that all creates powerful silences. Now, research shows that for many immigrant women, help seeking itself can be a site of re-victimization. Sometimes in the literature, this is described as double victimization or secondary victimization. Women are first subjected to violence, and then upon disclosure, they encounter further harm rather than protection across both informal and formal systems. This is not because of a bad single interaction with a service provider or a family friend. Re-victimization is layered, it's systemic, it's shaped by intersecting barriers at the individual, structural, and societal levels. Now, drawing on my research, disclosures are often met with harmful responses. These include breaches of confidentiality, dismissal or disbelief, normalization of the abuse, and culturally misaligned interpretations that oversimplify or stereotype women's experiences. Now, these harms are compounded by racism and systemic discrimination, which influence how immigrant women are perceived, treated, and responded to within the system. The figure on this slide illustrates how re-victimization does not occur in isolation. It's embedded with already constrained contexts, making help-seeking risky rather than protective. Now, when immigrant women do disclose violence, their experiences within systems are often not protective, but re-victimizing. The quote on this slide illustrates how survivors encounter dismissal, stigma, and coercive responses from professionals tasked with providing support. Now, one woman, Asha, recalled being told by a police officer, quote, "Why don't you go back home if things are not working out for you?" End quote. Another woman I spoke to, Iman, was yelled at by an officer because she did not want to charge her abuser. The officer told her, quote, "Because of your kind of women, men get worse and worse. Even though you are not going to charge him, I am going to charge him." End quote. Now, in both of these cases, these responses escalated harm for the women by dismissing their realities, criminalizing their abusers against their wishes, or reinforcing racist stereotypes about immigrant women and their communities and how violence plays out. Now, importantly, again, these are not isolated experiences. Across my research, women described repeated storytelling, denial of services, breaches of confidentiality where service providers would contact, for example, their mother-in-law and say, your daughter-in-law was here at the service agency today sharing the story, and then the woman would go back home and then abuse would escalate. There's also culturally misaligned responses across multiple systems that I've pointed out. Now, these encounters deepen fear, reinforce distrust, and make future help-seeking far more dangerous for those who have come out. The result is that systems intended to offer safety can actually reproduce the very violence that they're meant to address. Now, I want you to think about this. If we were to track these experiences, the extent of re-victimization among immigrant women would be deeply concerning. Now, in follow-up work with 73 service providers in Edmonton and surrounding areas, across shelters, settlement services, family violence organizations, and community-based agencies, a consistent theme emerged. Our systems are time-bound, while violence is not. The formal services typically operate during business hours of 8 to 4, 9 to 5, while violence, we know, often escalates at night, on weekends, and during holidays. Now, although crisis lines exist, providers I spoke to noted they are often underused, mistrusted, particularly within ethnocultural communities, where language, trust, and expectations of support shape responses. As a result, women often rely on informal supports after hours, people they know and trust, even when those supports are not formally trained in gender-based violence. This gap between when violence occurs and when services are available creates real risk and delays access to meaningful support. Now, providers also described fragmented and inaccessible systems. Immigrant women are required to navigate multiple systems: criminal and family law, child welfare, immigration, housing, income support, and all of them are poorly coordinated and difficult to access. This often means repeated disclosure, long wait times, navigating language barriers without consistent interpretation support. Accessibility is further constrained by geography and transportation challenges, because many services are located in places that are difficult to reach by public transportation or require long travel times. These barriers are then compounded by surveillance, which I mentioned earlier, within family contexts, where women's movements are monitored or restricted, making travel to distant services both visible and risky. Now, providers also highlighted how limited culturally responsive supports, particularly shelters, create serious safety challenges for immigrant women. Most gender-based systems, as we know, including shelters, are designed around a nuclear family model, assuming safety can be achieved by relocating one woman and her children. This does not reflect the realities of many immigrant women who live in extended or multi-generational households. Service providers describe situations where women could only access safety by being separated from their existing support networks, placing a woman in one shelter, her cousin in another shelter, and an elderly parent somewhere else entirely. So rather than enhancing safety, this fragmentation often increased risk and distress. Providers also noted that shelters frequently lack physical space and program flexibility to accommodate large families. Even when beds are available, families of 6 or more are often redirected elsewhere, sometimes into programs that are not culturally appropriate or equipped to meet their needs. The key issue here is not family size or culture, it's system design. When shelter and housing responses are built around narrow assumptions about family structure, where the violence is happening, they inadvertently exclude those most in need. Now, providers further emphasize that when community-based and culturally relevant supports are difficult to access or poorly resourced, police involvement often becomes the default entry point for help. Not because it's the safest option or preferred, but because other options are invisible or unavailable. In these situations, help seeking can quickly escalate into criminal legal involvement. What one provider described as, quote, a whole different ball game, end quote, particularly when a chargeable offense is identified. This shifts women from seeking support into navigating court processes, surveillance, and potential immigration or child welfare consequences they may not have anticipated or wanted at all. Now, providers contrasted this with mainstream communities, where there are often more accessible non-police pathways to support understanding of violence, allowing people to seek help without immediate criminalization. Now, taken together, these challenges reinforce a broader pattern. Services today are largely crisis-driven, not prevention-oriented. As one provider put it, quote, we are putting out fires instead of preventing them, end quote. Now, up to this point, I've focused on immigrant women's help-seeking behaviors and how systems often fail to respond safely or effectively. But critique alone is not enough. So I want to turn now to what becomes possible when we move beyond system-centric responses and instead mobilize our communities as sites of prevention, support, and accountability. Community mobilization offers a different way of understanding violence, one that recognizes relational dynamics, builds trust before crisis, and creates support within spaces where people are already living, gathering, and seeking guidance. What I want to share next is one example of this approach in action on the ground, an initiative that did not replace services, but worked alongside them to address gaps in culturally responsive and prevention-focused ways. The initiative was Parivar. It emerged because community members and service providers like yourself in the room recognized that family violence in South Asian communities was not being adequately addressed through existing systems. Early conversations in 2009 revealed key gaps, that there was barriers to accessing services, a disconnect between service providers and the community as community leaders did not know where to refer women, and there was limited shared understanding of family violence and prevention in general. So what began as informal dialogue grew in 2010 through relationship building and cross-sector conversations, creating space for trust, but also conversations. What began as informal dialogue allowed for reflection and collaboration as well. Now, it was not just about creating a new service, as I mentioned before. This was about bringing people together, community members, service providers, and systems, to openly talk about violence prevention and responsibility. When I talk about systems, we had social workers, the police, child intervention folks at the table. Now, by 2011, interest had grown significantly, and the group had actually outgrown the City of Edmonton boardroom that we were meeting in. We then started to meet at the Southeast Police Station. It was during this time in the Southeast Police Station boardroom where we formalized the group and identified ourselves as Parivar, meaning family in multiple South Asian languages. Parivar stands for Peaceful Alliance Rejecting Injustice and Violence and Advocating for Respect. Parivar took shape with a focus on 3 areas: intervention, prevention, and action on the ground. And in the belief that sustainable change requires not just systems, but community engagement. Now it's important again here to pause and clarify what Parivar was and what it was not. Parivar was not a new organization or a service provider. The goal was actually to never create something new, but to strengthen and connect with what already existed in our systems, but also in the community. It was a community-led, cross-sector collaboration that brought together, again, community members, service providers, but also researchers and faith leaders and systems to address family violence in more culturally responsive and prevention-focused ways. It was about better utilizing existing services, but also cultural assets and community resources and spaces, rather than duplicating or replacing them. One of its most important contributions was the two-way learning it created, providing space for service providers to better understand community realities and how violence plays out, while also supporting community members to learn about available supports and pathways to safety. The initiative grew to include over 40+ partners, such as City of Edmonton social workers, Edmonton Police Service, the Welcome Center for Newcomers, John Howard Society, school boards, family and sexual violence prevention organizations, women's shelters, children's services, settlement agencies, also faith centers, including gurdwaras and mandirs, to name a few. Through this approach, Parivar helped increase awareness, build trust, and strengthen collaboration across sectors in ways that traditional systems and models do not. Now, Parivar again focused on key areas: awareness, prevention, advocacy, and outreach. It was through this work done on the ground in information booths that were displayed in the community, media such as radio talks, and community seminars where we shared information about family violence, the cycle of abuse, and its impact on children. Now, what made Parivar, in my opinion, transformative was its approach to meeting the community where they were at, rather than waiting for people to access formal systems in moments of crisis. Now, this meant engaging directly in community spaces, opening up conversations about family violence, and breaking silence before disclosure was required. Trust building was very central. Parivar recognized that for many women, formal services, again, are not the first point of contact. In some cases, not a place where they can safely access support. The approach also emphasized shared responsibility by engaging men, elders, and community leaders, helping to disrupt silence collectively rather than placing the burden of safety or disclosure on women alone. Now, this slide here gives you a sense of what community mobilization looked like in practice. From 2011 to 2015, Parivar engaged directly in cultural and religious community spaces, creating safe, familiar environments for dialogue about family violence, relationships, and safety. We had the opportunity to engage with families at events such as Nagar Kirtan in the Sikh community, Meena Bazaar in the Pakistani community, Summer Fun Fair at the Mandir. Messaging was intentional and simple and accessible and non-threatening. We used phrases like healthy families, happy families, and hands are for helping, not hitting. Activities with children tracing their hands were not just about awareness. They created trust and visibility, making it easier for people to come forward and ask questions, seek information, or even raise concerns. In some cases, these interactions led to real disclosures. When that happened, responses were handled with care. We had a case point person on site supporting individuals, and when needed, bridging connections to formal supports with trained professionals. The key point here is that the work happened before a crisis happened, within spaces where trust already existed. Now, as Parivar grew, we began to focus more intentionally on our structure, our governance, and long-term sustainability. In 2014, a strategic planning process was held to help strengthen a shared vision and clarify how to move forward collectively. Now, a key outcome of that session was recognizing the need for a more formal structure to guide Parivar's work. As a result, we established a sustainability working group to ensure that Parivar's work could be sustained in the South Asian community in Edmonton for the years to come, while also responding to both current and future challenges. Now, during this process, we worked to align Parivar's work with the Government of Alberta's 2013 Family Violence Framework, a framework at the time that emphasized a continuum of support across awareness, prevention, intervention, and outreach, as well as the spectrum of prevention model shown on the slide. It is also important to note that this framework used the terms immigrant and refugee populations and ethnocultural and faith-based leaders, while emphasizing the need to support ethnocultural and faith-based leaders and immigrant and refugee service providers and networks to enhance their family violence prevention efforts. This alignment made it less challenging to position and integrate Parivar's work within the framework, as Parivar's focus on community-led, culturally responsive, and faith-based networks and engagement directly reflected the priorities outlined in the framework. As a result, Parivar's initiatives could be more readily aligned with and built upon the framework's goals without us having to do significant reframing of our core approach. And that alignment mattered. It made Parivar recognizable within policy conversations and also helped position the community-led work that we were doing as a part of the broader continuum of prevention and response in Alberta. But what also became clear is that structure alone does not sustain community work. Despite strong momentum, Parivar actually lacked the long-term investment needed to support coordination, relationship building, and continuity. Without sustained funding, we know that institutional commitment, if not available, does not help community-based prevention work. It stalls it, even when it's effective. And this was not just unique to Parivar. It reflects a broader pattern of underinvestment in community-led gender-based violence initiatives, where short-term projects are expected to deliver long-term change without long-term support and funding. Now, while Parivar's work paused, the lessons it offers remain deeply relevant even today. First, community-led gender-based violence work requires time, trust, and sustained relationships. Monthly meetings, multilingual resources, and consistent outreach were essential to our work, but also very labor-intensive and dependent on stable support. Second, sustainability is not just about good ideas or strong commitment at the table. It's shaped by funding structures and institutional investment. Short-term funding and shifting partnerships also make it difficult to sustain this type of work, even when it is effective. Third, relationships and roles matter. There was significant turnover and loss of key roles, which disrupted the shared understanding and trust that we had built. When you have people leave systems, community initiatives like Parivar lose momentum, not because the work stopped mattering, but because the infrastructure to hold it disappeared suddenly. Now, taken together, these lessons point to a larger issue. Community-based, gender-based violence prevention is consistently undervalued, under-resourced, despite its proven importance in the community. Another important lesson emerged through disclosures within community settings. People came forward, not only as community members wanting to help, but sometimes also while carrying their own experiences of violence. Now, this raised complex and necessary questions, such as who is safe to respond to a disclosure? How do we support community members who are not formal service providers, but now informal supporters? How do we provide training to them without placing burden or risk on them? And are community members always in the best position to respond? These questions highlighted the emotional labor, the ethical complexity, and the risk embedded in community-based work. They also underscore an important point. While community mobilization is vital, it cannot and should not be expected to replace resource professional support systems in our communities. Instead, it reveals where systems need to be stronger, more accessible in community spaces, and more responsive to the realities of how disclosures could actually occur. Now, this work pushed us to ask a critical question. What actually works? Not just in terms of attendance or engagement, but in terms of impact. So often with evaluations, we think about, are people safer? Do disclosures actually lead to meaningful support? Do interventions reduce harm over time? But too often with evaluations, we tend to just measure activity. How many events? How many trainings? Without fully understanding whether lives are being changed or safety is being improved. Fortunately, Barivar came to an end, but it offers a powerful model for community-led gender-based violence initiatives, one grounded in trust, relationship building, and prevention rather than crisis response alone. I often think about if Barivar was still around, folks would be talking about the information booths in public spaces and saying, that's a space where you can go talk to someone. Now, across my broader advocacy work, one key lesson has been that ending gender-based violence requires collective responsibility. It cannot be placed solely on women, survivors, or formal systems. This includes engaging youth and men as active allies, which we've seen in Barivar, not as afterthoughts, and recognizing that meaningful change happens when communities are supported to take responsibility alongside, not instead of, well-resourced systems. Now I want to shift to share one more example of what community-led care can look like in practice. Now in its 14th year, the empowerment-focused gift card campaign began very informally at my kitchen table, where I invited family and friends to bring a gift card for women and children fleeing abuse over the holiday season. What started as a small act of care quickly grew and beyond my immediate circle into other networks of community support. This sustained initiative first supported families at Windhouse shelters in Edmonton, including their one for immigrant and refugee women, and later at SHADE, an organization in Winnipeg that empowers immigrant and refugee women impacted by abuse. Now, what matters here is not the scale, but the approach. The gift cards address immediate needs during moments of transition, while also supporting women's autonomy and dignity by allowing them to decide what they need without surveillance, restriction, or justification. This initiative also creates space to engage the broader public in conversations about violence in ways that the gift card campaign operates alongside formal services. We see that reinforcing prevention and support can and must happen within our communities, not only within the system. The women receiving these gift cards are immigrants from a range of countries. These cards are not just symbolic, they're actually practical tools that help meet basic needs like food, shelter, transportation, household items during moments of crisis and transition. But most importantly, they offer something that is often missing in our formal responses: choice. For some women, these cards provide the only direct access that they have ever had to funds that they can use without permission, oversight, or explanation. The women that have received support through the campaign over the years have shared testimonies, expressing their appreciation, highlighting the impact that the gift cards have had in meeting basic needs, such as a mattress to sleep on, or a safety baby gate that helped create a sense of safety and stability in their homes. Over time, the campaign has raised over $40,000 in gift cards through community support. But again, what matters most is not the amount, it's what this campaign reveals. Barivar and the gift card campaign offer important insights, but they also raise a critical question. Why are communities still filling gaps the policy was meant to address? These initiatives demonstrate how community-engaged, culturally responsive approaches can address gaps in existing systems and provide adaptable models for supporting individuals experiencing gender-based violence. Now, Barivar and the gift card campaign also show us what's possible when communities lead. But to truly understand why these kinds of initiatives are still filling gaps, we need to step back again and look at the broader policy landscape and the contradictions built into it. Now, I want to use Alberta as an example. We now have a 10-year gender-based violence strategy that was just released last year. This strategy emphasizes prevention, coordination, and support for vulnerable populations. On the surface, the policy looks great. It suggests progress. But when you step back and look at it, there's a troubling pattern that emerges. My colleagues and I have identified through an op-ed that we've written that the province commits to addressing gender-based violence while their other policies reduce access to affordable childcare, limit housing affordability, and increase economic precarity for immigrant families, and underfund the very community-based organizations doing frontline gender-based violence work. Now, the result is policy incoherence, where one part of the government actually attempts to address violence through a strategy, while another actively reproduces the conditions that sustain it. We cannot ask a woman to leave without housing. We cannot encourage her independence without childcare. And we cannot promote safety without economic security. When policies operate in silos, gender-based violence strategies are set up to fail. Not because the goals were wrong, but because the conditions required for safety are systemically undermined. This is what I call policy incoherence, and it is one of the most significant barriers to meaningful change. So if policy is not aligning with lived realities, the next question becomes, what needs to change? So where do we go from here? If we are serious about putting policy into practice, then we need to rethink the foundations of our approach to gender-based violence. First, we need to move beyond this dyadic model of violence that we're operating in, this narrow focus on a single victim and perpetrator. And instead, we need to recognize the broader roles of family, community, and structural conditions. Second, we need to redesign help-seeking pathways so that they do not unintentionally produce harm, particularly for immigrant women navigating multiple systems at once. Third, we need to invest in prevention, not just crisis responses. That means addressing the conditions that make violence more likely in the first place. Fourth, we must align policy across sectors. Housing, childcare, and immigration are not separate issues. They are central to gender-based violence policy. And finally, we need to sustain community initiatives, not as add-ons, but as core components of the response. These are often the spaces where culturally responsive, trust-based support actually happens. Now, to move forward, policy itself must be reimagined. First, gender-based violence policy must adopt a truly intersectional approach, one that accounts for immigration, status, race, language, sponsorship dynamics, and length of time in Canada, and that meaningfully includes the voice of survivors, communities, and service providers in both design and implementation. Second, we need long-term, stable investment in community-based initiatives. Short-term project funding models undermine trust, disrupt relationships, and make sustained prevention work almost impossible. Third, policy must move beyond these enforcement-driven responses that we have that limit survivors' autonomy. While intended to promote safety, mandatory charging policies can increase risk for immigrant women navigating precarious legal and economic conditions, thinking back to the woman that I mentioned earlier, Iman, who did not want to have her abuser charged. Policy should support choice, flexibility, and give survivors control. Importantly, policy must also recognize that risk does not exist only at the individual level. Extended family and community dynamics shape both harm and safety, and they need to be reflected in the tools that we're using. For example, the risk assessment tools that police officers or social workers use, and intervention strategies that we all use. Finally, gender-based violence policy must explicitly address immigration-related vulnerabilities, including both the pre- and post-migration experiences and the transnational forms of control and isolation that we see, and sponsorship dynamics. Without all of this, policy will continue to miss the realities of those most impacted.
Wendy, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, we did lose you about 4 slides ago, approximately.
Oh, no.
Ago.
I can't see you either.
We're very, very sorry.
Okay, no worries. Do you want me to go back 4 slides?
Yes, please, Wendy. Thank you.
Okay, can you tell me which slide you lost me on, and I'll go back. And then can you tell me if you see me? I can't hear you.
Okay, it's when you were on the gift card campaign slide.
Okay, I will go back. Can you see me? Can you see the slides? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Is this the one that you had lost me on?
Yes. Hi, Wendy. Sorry, it seems like it's not just the Wi-Fi; it's our technology and our mics as well that are giving out on us. They've had enough.
Oh no.
So yes, this was the slide that we left on last.
Okay.
And so if you could just continue on from here, and we apologize.
No worries. And then just interrupt me if you lose me again.
Thank you.
Okay. So hopefully you can hear me. So just going back to the gift card campaign, the women receiving these gift cards were immigrants from a range of countries. What I was pointing out here is that these gift cards are symbolic. They're not practical, or they're practical tools that meet basic needs that they have, like food, transportation, or household needs that they need during moments of crisis and transition. And they really offer something that is often missing in formal responses, which is choice and dignity. For some of these women, these cards actually provided them with funds that they could use without having to ask for permission, oversight, or explanation. The women who received support through the campaign actually shared testimonies like the one on this slide, expressing their appreciation and gratitude, but also highlighting the meaningful impact that these contributions have, from meeting basic needs such as sleeping on a mattress or having a baby gate to protect their child. So this sense of safety and stability in their homes through the gift cards is what these women really appreciate. Over time, this campaign has actually raised over 40,000 in gift cards. But that's not just me doing this alone. That's through community support and donors. And many of the donors in this campaign are actually men. But again, what matters most is not the amount. It's what this reveals and what Baribar reveals. So important insights into both these community initiatives are that they're offering support to communities and meeting them where they need them. But why are communities still filling the needs and gaps that policy is meant to address? That's something that we need to ask. These initiatives demonstrate how community is engaged, how culturally responsive approaches can actually address the gaps that existing systems can't on their own, and that we need to have both of these types of initiatives in our community. It shows us what's possible when communities lead the work. But to truly understand why these kinds of initiatives are still filling gaps, I think we need to step back, and I think we need to look at the broader policy landscape and the contradictions built into it. So I'm going to use Alberta as an example. In the past year, we now have a gender-based violence strategy for the next 10 years. And this strategy emphasizes prevention and coordination and support for vulnerable populations. Now, as my colleagues and I have pointed out in an op-ed in the Edmonton Journal, on surface, this policy looks great. It suggests progress, but what we need to think about is the troubling pattern that's emerging with the discourse that this government has put out. They're committing to addressing gender-based violence, but their other policies are not there. They're reducing access to affordable childcare. They're also limiting affordable housing, and they're increasing economic precarity for immigrant families. And they're underfunding a lot of gender-based violence organizations and the work that they do in our community. Now, the result here is policy incoherence, where one part of the government attempts to address violence through a strategy, while another part actively reproduces the conditions that sustain it. So we cannot continue to ask women to leave without housing. It's just unrealistic. We also cannot encourage independence without childcare. That's impossible. And we cannot promote safety without economic security. So when our policies operate in silos, and then we have gender-based violence strategies that come out that are going against these other policies, we're setting up for failure. Not because our goals are wrong, but because the conditions required for safety are systemically undermined. And that's what I call policy incoherence. And it is one of the most significant barriers to meaningful change. So if our policies are not aligning with lived realities, the next question becomes, what do we need to do? Where do we go from here? So if we're serious about putting policy into practice, then we need to rethink our foundations of our approach to gender-based violence. First, we need to move beyond this dyadic model. We need to recognize that there's multiple perpetrators and multiple victims. And we need to recognize that there's broader roles of community in this process. Second, we need to redesign help-seeking pathways, ensure that they are not reproducing harm, particularly for immigrant women who are actually accessing multiple systems at once. Third, we need to invest in prevention, not just a crisis response. And what that means is making sure that the conditions that make violence more likely in the first place are not there in our systems as well. Fourth, we must align policy across sectors. So housing, childcare, and immigration. They're not separate issues to our gender-based violence policy. And finally, we need to sustain community initiatives like Bari Bar. They're not add-ons, but they're central to the response. These are often the spaces where culturally responsive and trust-based support actually happens. Now, to move forward, policy itself must be reimagined. We need to adapt a truly intersectional approach, one that actually accounts for immigration status, race, language, and sponsorship, dynamics, and length of time in Canada, and one that actually includes the voices of not just survivors, communities, but also service providers like yourself in both the design and implementation so these policies actually work in practice. We also need to invest in long-term community-based initiatives because we know that these short-term project-based funding models, they don't do much. They undermine trust, they disrupt relationships, and they make the sustained prevention work almost impossible. We do it for 2 to 3 years, and then what happens? Third, for policy, we must move beyond enforcement-driven responses that limit survivor autonomy. So if you think back to Iman, who did not want to have her partner charged, we need to think about mandatory charging policies that can actually increase risk for immigrant women who are also navigating immigration and other systems. Policies should allow them to actually have control over what they need. Importantly, we must also recognize that risk does not just exist at that individual level. It's extended with extended family and community dynamics that shape both harm and safety for these women. And that needs to be reflected in our tools that we're using. For example, risk assessment tools that police officers and social workers are using and other intervention strategies. Finally, gender-based violence policy must explicitly address immigration-related vulnerabilities. I'm talking about pre- and post-migration experiences as well, but also transnational forms of abuse that play out, and isolation and sponsorship dynamics. Without this, policy will continue to do what it's been doing. It'll miss the realities of those who are most impacted. So reimagining policy also means reimagining practice and what we're doing at a practical level. This means ensuring access to culturally safe, multilingual, trauma-informed services that are available around the clock, not only during business hours when violence is least likely to occur. It also means moving away from these one-size-fits-all responses that continue to position women as exceptions and towards approaches that are flexible and responsive to different family, community, and immigration contexts that are needed. Service providers need culturally grounded training, not as a checkbox, but as an ongoing process that helps prevent victim blaming, stereotyping, and system-produced harm. So thinking about culturally safe training. And importantly, practice cannot be confined to formal systems alone. Ending gender-based violence requires engaging communities and the broader public, as I've shown in the 2 initiatives, building trust, reducing stigma, and creating multiple safe entry points for support and prevention. Now, I want to close with this reflection from a service provider, which I think captures much of my talk here today. From their experience, the value of family and community is often very strong for immigrant women. Even when women do seek help outside of these spaces, they tend to do so cautiously. As they put it in this quote, the Western model, where safety is assumed to come from leaving, entering a shelter, or reporting to police, will not work most of the time for many immigrant women. Instead, the support often needs to exist within immediate family, extended family, communities, and sometimes faith spaces, because that is where the trust already exists. And the point is not to romanticize violence or community or to replace formal systems in the work we're doing. It's to recognize that support must meet people where they are at. We need to strengthen the connections that they're relying on, the spaces they're allowed to frequently visit, and align systems with their lived realities rather than asking women to abandon their communities. That, to me, is what it means to move beyond the dyadic model and toward responses that are actually capable of supporting safety. We can see this reflected in the IRCC-funded gender-based violence settlement sector strategy that some of you might be familiar with. It's a ground-up initiative that was actually developed by settlement and anti-violence service providers themselves, who identified the policy gaps, the capacity needs, and structural barriers facing newcomers, and shaped a national response rooted in frontline and lived experience. However, today, this strategy largely continues as a time-limited, capacity-building funded project rather than being embedded as a permanent infrastructure within our gender-based violence and settlement systems across the country. Now, as you think about your own roles, I know some of you in the room might be policymakers, frontline workers, advocates, community leaders, researchers. I want to leave you with this one final question. If prevention truly matters, not just crisis responses, what would change if policy were built from the lived realities and community-led initiatives I've shared today, rather than from a one-size-fits-all model of violence and safety? And what would it take to support and scale these kinds of ground-up approaches across other provinces like British Columbia or on a national level? That question, I think, sits at the heart of what it really means to put policy into practice to help improve the lives of immigrant women who are escaping abuse. And that concludes my talk. I thank you for your time and being part of this conversation. And I think there might be room for a few questions. I know I've, with the disruption had hit the time. So, Bulbir, if you could just let me know if there are time for questions, that'd be great.
Yes, yeah, we can take some questions. Are there any questions? I got it.
I just cannot seem to see you all. I don't know.
Wendy, my question is that your study is particularly based on South Asian, especially Indian. What will be the difference between other South Asian countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Nepal? Is there any difference in the society?
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing the question. Is there a way to go closer to the laptop or wherever I am in the room?
Well, I told my question is that your study is based on South Asian families, particularly Indian families. I'm talking that do you have similar kind of situation or condition as for Pakistan, Afghanistan, or Bangladesh, or Sri Lanka is related?
Okay, if I hear your question correctly, you're asking if I've had similar experiences based on what my study findings found. So when I spoke to service providers, which is the second study that I had done, they had worked with families from those regions, even refugees, not just immigrants that were fleeing from these other countries. And so they reported similar things that I was finding, right? The isolation, the need for cultural navigators on the ground in the community doing this type of work. They were the ones that were saying that our services are very time bounded, that don't work. And so very similar findings did emerge from the two studies, even though the population groups were different. The service providers were actually working with more communities outside of the South Asian community. And a lot of them were not just in Edmonton, they were in surrounding areas as well. It would be helpful if whoever goes on the mic, if you go closer to where I am to hear the question. I don't know if that's by the screen or the laptop.
Yeah, we don't know. So
that seems to work right there.
There's 3 or 4 floating mics, and some of them work and some of them don't. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
I'm practically shouting, so that's probably why. Okay, are there any other questions in the room? Oh, we have another one. Let's hope the frequency's okay.
I'm closer.
And if the individual wants to come where I can see them too, it'd be nice if you could come to the front of the room when you're asking your question.
No, it's not from here. It's not there.
Right here?
Yeah, we can see you.
Maybe go to the front of the screen because I can hear from there. When you're at the back, I can't hear.
Oh, hi. Okay, thank you so much for your great presentation. A few of us were just wondering, did that program end in 2015 or was that just the reporting period? Because I think I saw 2011 to 2015.
That's right. It ended in 2015. So the work just stalled because there was no funding. And I can give some more context. What actually ended up happening is the City of Edmonton social worker program completely collapsed. So these social workers actually used to go out with the police service to respond to domestic violence calls at homes as well, aside from the party bar work that they were doing. And so that's where they also noticed a need to actually have resources in multiple languages, and that most of the violence in a particular area in Edmonton called Mill Woods was happening in South Asian families during that time. So unfortunately, the funding from the city scrapped the social worker program completely. And so we don't have these social workers anymore that go out to these calls. And so they can't do the work of Bari Bari either. All of them were either pushed into other community capacity building roles or were forced to retire. And then with Edmonton Police Service, which was the other partner, that creates a lot of tension too. As you've noticed in the last few years, there's been a lot of talk around reforming police agencies and the work that they do. And do we need, police officers responding to these calls and that sort of thing? But many of the officers that were involved with Bari Bar went on to work in other areas, left policing completely. And so that really didn't help sustain the model when it was just a real partnership between City of Edmonton and the police services, but that's where the funding was coming from. But if we truly had left it in the community and found ways to find the funding through the community, it would have sustained itself. And I often wonder still, right? We were at cultural events. We did not make our own event to go out to and expect people to show up. We were meeting them where they were showing up already. And they were coming out and disclosing. And so I often think if we went back at these events on a frequent basis, the amount of reporting and disclosures that would come forward, the type of help women would find when they're so isolated. In my study on South Asian women, I remember women saying, I'm so trapped in my apartment, I didn't even know who to go talk to. I tried to tell my neighbor, they wouldn't understand what I was going through. They would just say, what's going on, right? And question the culture and say, well, this kind of stuff happens in your culture, and the stereotyping, right? So thanks for that question.
Oh yeah, thank you for your answer. Any other questions? Awesome. All right. No. Oh, wait.
Where is she?
I can see you.
Can you see me now?
I definitely can see you. I can hear you as well.
Hello. I just wanted to know if I could have your PowerPoint.
Of course. I can send it to you if you email me. I could maybe type it in the chat and then you could, hopefully it shows up.
Oh, Wendy, I have it. We'll send it out to them.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so any other questions? I just want to thank Wendy personally for answering my call out. And Yes, some of you are wondering about the program. It is one that she tried, but I wanted us to learn from it and what is possible so that we can try to do something similar. We can get Wendy back on our team and try to implement it here because we have such a multicultural population that it's a shame that the program wasn't allowed to continue. So again,
Yes.
thank you very much, Wendy. And for those of you, Wendy wanted to be here. She's a new mom, so she couldn't.
Yes. Yes, thank you for that. I really wanted to come in person, but I have a 4-month-old now and a 2.5-year-old, so it would have been really challenging to come and meet you all in person while meeting their needs. So thank you for allowing me to join this way, and I'm happy to share the work that we've done with Barivar. One of the things that I would encourage you all to do, because it's still accessible online, is look at the Alberta Framework for Family Violence, the 2013 one, because it is the most comprehensive one versus the one that they've just put out. And I feel like there's a lot of prevention orientated like strategies in that model that can be worked into the community spaces that we're trying to do this work in. So, and if you have trouble locating it, I can send it as well.
Thank you, Wendy. And that's what I find too, as governments change, we go through this, trying to reinvent the same wheel where we could have just continued going. And so we're very aware of that. That's why I keep advocating to every MP, MLA, municipal, whoever, right? So that we do eventually get continued funding for everyone instead of these stop gaps.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for reminding us about policy.
Yes, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me, and I hope you all have or enjoy the rest of the conference as the day goes on.
Here's Andy. Have your.
Thank you, Balbir, and thank you, Dr. Aujala. Okay, now on that note, that takes us into our second breakout session. Our second breakout session is approximately, oh wait, of course, did my computer die now? Oh, there we go, okay. So our second breakout session is now from 2:15 to, 2:25 to 3:55. Yes, and then at 3:55 at 4 o'clock, if you could return back to the main room. So please don't venture off and go home and say adios. We're coming back here because then we have our last keynote speaking from Dr. Germ and from Jen. And so that would be here back at 4. Again, the 3 sessions are in the 3rd floor, and there's one here as well. And so we'll see you back at 4.
leaders that we need
Yeah, so you have to, there's some false promises. Yeah. I think that's what it's going to be. Yeah. Are you used to it? Yeah. And there's oh, it's somebody's disease, right? And yes, is that water? But she just knows. Oh, can you tell me about the treatments? That's this. They're survivors. And I'm like, that is, she's supposed to reach out. Are we ready? Yeah, no. That's okay. She's going to get a and not like in all ways. The soul. Do you get kids home?
And I think it's just, and I think that's my advantage.
Yeah.
I think that.
Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
Are you sitting in the conference room with Jennifer Charles? Well, she's the representative for China. Yeah, she's down here. Really good review. Yeah, and she works for kids that have in the state world, and she's really great. So that would be good to meet her. I didn't know the kids call them. We usually give them the children's. We need safety plan for kids too. That's good to know.
And that's what I was going to bring you up as well. You should say that crisis intervention is more sparse, but it's down the other way of people work hard. When I project my monster, it's just crazy to see it because it's like people talking.
Yeah.
And we're
But also, I think it's It spreads. Yes. Because I feel great. I don't know. But obviously you guys are doing it. In our contracts for the program, every so we went right away. But obviously, yeah, like that's pretty. You should tell Juliana that like obviously that might be that you guys are accessible. Yes. Yeah, I think well,
Nobody wants to be in this side. That's fine. The other people get a lot.
Is this your guys' session?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, they won't. Maybe. Because most of them probably know what we're doing.
Okay, we're gonna Photoshop.
yeah.
But I'll just keep it on display. So
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be encouraged to download what we really download and for people to share one or two. Like me suggest sharing one or two. Yeah, I think travel might be integrated. I feel like probably have to come to a whole month's calendar for the whole year. One message I would like to pass to this form is that even if you just post one thing or two things.
Yeah.
Just repost. That takes you 1 second.
Yeah, share the story.
Yeah.
Because it's the easiest, most impactful, and completely free way for us to get the marketing going, get the message going, and get that content out there. The data today says that people are watching their phones more than they're watching any other screen. So we should be there.
That's okay. We'll have a small discussion here so you can bring it up. Let's sit her on the table and do it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, well, that's yeah, I know that's Julie. Yes. It's not I was actually before I was getting because I'm a senior manager, so before I'm getting up to present, my other programs are
We show it on this screen and then we can just get this table.
It's like 9.
But we sit up there.
I know, we have trauma. We actually have trauma about the IT sector.
And gravity. Things like.
Yeah, but I think.
Yeah.
It's good having this person here too. Because
Well, we just
that's
That's fine, then we just hold it up here.
forever. And you're gonna, that's Ron, right? Oh. Yeah.
We just sit at this. Sure. Okay, let's everybody sit here. We don't need to do this. We'll just sit here.
Our small room.
You never know. I mean, when we started, it was 3 of us sitting together. Yeah. It was 3 women center, it was actually 6. Yes, but the person up here. Then I was left in the night.
Like I was because there's so many systemic errors and you guys just like this every single time in my life, but I face on something else. So I wonder how this has to be something I just think that and I see you and you start it's amazing like
Yeah, I've been the mayor for a long time before she was this. So she's been watching all that. Same with Jesse.
And it's just think as a community, that it's easier it's easier to get.
Here we go.
Come on, guys, join the table.
Oh, yes, yes. We're gonna just sit around the table. Wait, sure. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, you should take it.
I'll let everyone.
That's fine.
So,
You have
would you like?
It's okay. That's screen and we'll listen to her.
Okay, so you might have about this update, this sort that we launched in January called, if you want to quickly, called the Elder Abuse Awareness and Prevention Social Media Toolkit. So this idea was birthed from the fact that we need to increase the awareness around elder abuse because we have found that one of the major problems is that people are not even calling elder abuse by its name. A lot of people as well who are being abused are dependent on their abusers, many of who are children or grandchildren. And we've seen an increase in the calls to all the different helplines for elder abuse. And it's mainly around physical and financial abuse. We have different types of abuse as well, but these are the two areas where we're seeing a whole lot of calls coming through for. So we also have the issue of scams increasing among our seniors, and there's a need to increase the awareness around what constitutes financial abuse, how to be aware of what a scam can look like, and all that. So one of the ways we can do that for free is via social media. We looked at it and we said we have over 100 people who are members of NEVR, in fact, close to 300 people and over 50 organizations. We all have social media accounts. What if we all put out 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 messages about elder abuse every month at the same time, sharing the same message? We would have a very good impact doing it all together for free. This way, we can have a provincial campaign on the topic because it's beginning to gain more relevance and the need for the push is really increasing. So we got some support from CREA and we put together the social media toolkit that already has social media posts, videos, newsletters, blogs, and different other resources. I'll show us exactly what is in it in a moment. So you literally don't have to do anything. You don't have to create anything. You just have to post. The toolkit has ready-to-post social media graphics, interactive polls, short mobile-friendly videos, blogs and newsletters, codes for sharing, and we supported it with a 12-month social media campaign that tells you what to post and when to post it, all done for you already. The good thing about the templates are that you can customize them. You can put your logo in it. You can edit the captions to include messages that will be more relevant for your own community and whatnot. So it really cuts the time for producing social media content by up to 70 to 80% because all you have to do is to dedicate a resource person who will be in charge of doing this posting, and it will take them about 10 to 15 minutes to post every week because the content is already done for you. So how can our partners use this toolkit? You can post the content as is. You can co-brand the graphics with your a logo, and you can localize the captions. You can use the newsletters and other materials in workshops. You can also send them out through your mailing list. And then again, you can share them through your social or community channels. So I just wanted to demo today what it means to use this toolkit on a daily basis. This is the social media calendar that comes with the toolkit. And any organization who will be wanting to post from this toolkit will be given access to this live calendar and the live platform to edit the toolkits. So for instance, today is the 9th. Let's assume today is the 10th of April. It already says on the calendar that
were to post about how caregivers can avoid unintentionally abusive patterns. In the social media booklet, which is this one, it's already mentioned there what exactly that content is. So the user of this toolkit will only need to locate that particular content and post from it. So all the content is already divided into parts, right? So the first is elder abuse awareness content, and then we also have content on elder abuse prevention and safety planning. We have content on caregiver education, and the calendar says the content here is about caregivers. So you just come to the caregiver section and locate it. This is how caregivers can avoid unintentionally abusive patterns. And then the person could just come over to the caregiver content on the toolkit. This is the live toolkit the person will be using. And for instance, the organization wanted to add their logo. They would literally just have to do this. Demoing it here to see how easy it is to use. For instance, if this were SW, that's all you have to do, and then download it and post it. Download, which one now? Current one, download, bam, done. And then click to post. So that's easy peasy. That took me, what, like 30 seconds? And another maybe 2 to 3 minutes to post it. And that's all the person would need to do. So you can see how this is really a solution, particularly for organizations that do not have like a comms person or a graphics department helping them come up with all this communication material. Also for individuals or smaller organizations that would like things already ready to go and done for them. So it just goes on like this every month, every day. We already specified what to post, when to post it, and you just need to activate your social media channels with them. As well, it will be important to track the performance. So we also prepared in the toolkit package, the awareness, the evaluation template. At the end of each month, it's very easy to see or to put in quantifiable terms, the impacts that the material has had. You just need to go on each post and look at the matrix and fill them into this template and email it to us. And we will be collating for everyone. So at the end of the campaign period, say at the end of each quarter, we can report on a provincial basis, not on an organizational basis. And this way we can have a real global picture of what we've been able to achieve together. And this is the long and short of what we are launching as an initiative. And we just need more organizations to post directly from the toolkit at best, and minimal effort will be just to repost what we post. As simple as ABC.
Social media. But I want to see if this actually works first, because we did get money to create the toolkit. But now we're just talking about, okay, see if we can make this work, because then with all our partners, we can work on whatever we're passionate about, during what I'm passionate about. Because I come from health, and I just know for primary prevention, whether you're talking health or talking social services, justice, education, economic status, it starts with consumption. Right? And a lot of people, right, they always, and it's always focused on services. And, you know, like in seniors, we've been talking about prevention. I'm thinking, No, that's not prevention to me. Yeah, it is. It's true. But prevention's way back here, like a hospital. Right? Like you think of how much money you spend right now. I haven't looked at data recently, but many years ago, probably get you that this study on one child, age 12, and this is over 10 years ago. It was costing $100,000 to help that child. So if you could spend $100,000 right now in BC on the prevention campaign and look at the results we get. Right? Like this is what I try to sell to government all the time. And I think there's something tired of hearing from me, but social media thing. So you would, so I'm from Archer. Yes. So it would be Archer. Yeah. Would get and then on their social media would do this. Yeah. And then each one of us employees can do it because we're part of it. Yeah. Could add it to our own. Yes. Yes. That's how we're hoping. But the only way we can do it is through an organization first. So our organization can do it first, and then, or can we personally, because I on my own personal social media, I will like post things, and usually I get up meets on things like that, right? Get parts of part of. And so then I was like, oh, I see that. So I put it on my phone because then that feeds all my people. Yes. Feeds those people. And then that's how you get the message, right? Exactly. And so is there a way like prior to like finding a book, obviously my so I'll ask but in the meantime, is there any way that I personally can take action and like hook on and get it onto mom? Yes, because there's a few things that are very interesting on there that are relevant to like like I got people that had scams and stuff like that. So that would be wonderful to know how to protect themselves or just anything of interest in mom that I'm passionate about. And people that don't know what I'm passionate about, so if they see all of my stuff, they're like, "Oh, here, sure, Rosie." But I see them. You can just follow any of our social media channels that we have. Got a media page.
Okay.
With all our, you can follow us on the different channels. Okay. And you can get posts according to that calendar. Okay. I think this will be free. It is free. You can download it from our website. Yeah. But if you want this one where you add logos and all that, then you have to go through and we'll give you access. We had it open, but we kept getting garbage. Yeah. So we were like, I always think let's just do it. And so we had it open, but it was shutting down our website because so much garbage is getting through from there. Yeah, so then we had to close it up and say, okay, you just email us.
Bad news, my phone died. Yes, so I did get most pictures of everyone except so I wondered, should I?
My name's Sharon.
What are your thoughts?
I have, but and actually, I saw your name up there. I was like, I have clients in there. Yeah. Which is fabulous.
So because we'll have
a series for the we're not going to.
Yes, we do.
I want to play a video.
Is starting the men's.
Through the final very nice images.
Love has no age limit, and neither does your right to feel safe. Dating in later life can be exciting, but it should always be rooted in respect, trust, and choice. If a relationship makes you feel afraid, pressured, or controlled, it may be abuse. If you're starting a new relationship, meet the person in public, use your own transport, and tell someone where you're going. For online dating, be extra cautious. Keep your identity private. Don't share your address or phone number. Always protect your well-being while exploring new connections. Financial fraud targeting seniors is on the rise. Secrecy and false trust to take advantage. Scammers often promise high investment returns with no risk, or business opportunities that urge you to act fast.
So there's more than just, what we tend to think of, well, why don't we move? And I always say, well, why do we abuse or abuse? That's usually my common thing. Yeah. Rather than focusing on. Issues, and you're right, if we don't work on everything at the same time, and that's kind of why we started, right? The initial study back in 2011, and I've not repeated because people say, why don't you continue that research? I said, because we haven't even done the recommendations for that. We don't have experience. Yeah, it's just like I've gone committees, and one of them, like Brian Walker, that we thought is not published. That's why he was supposed to report on the report. His domestic content, right? And so I thought that maybe he was going to do that. The government released it yet. But it's when you're looking at papers and then you're going, okay, you didn't do this, and that's what I said to him when I said, I said, I was on the last, and we haven't done those recommendations. I said, what's the point of more recommendations? And he said, well, this time you have people that are willing to listen to all of us. Okay, but let's just do it. But that's one of the things, like, how can we all work together? I mean, we can help write the message. That's what we do. If all are speaking the same thing. If we're all saying we need that coordinated BC, we need all wraparound services. And if you think of here's the policy topic, the amount of money we're putting into a center for this, yet we don't cover the costs. Like, what good is it? It's that policy, really. So why can't we just have a center that deals with the entire age group? It addresses all types of violence, and it has every service.
We need those. And I think they have in the state. They have them in the state, and they work. Yeah. They work, and one-stop shop.
Yep, that's what was asked for in 2011.
Let's give it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and we did a play document, and we showed what happens to a woman actually goes to use a system. We played police. The offender was a prison guard, like but everybody usually played themselves except the survivor and the offender. There were people that were support workers or and it was amazing what people didn't know what it looks like when you have to go through the system, and it did hit the government at the time really hard, and that's been we were able to work with the domestic office of domestic violence, and actually in this room were 7 ministers with who could do the wall, and they sat here and we invited 100 community leaders to give them messages. We did a campaign stuff, so everybody got to visit every minister and give them their point of view of what was happening, and then they said, yes, we're going to melt these silos, everything, but then you've got to deal with civil service. So it's not one layer, it's multiple layers, but I think we as a system are going to have to be the leaders
we can't wait for government. We have to figure out how to work together. And then how do we deal with these competitions for funding? Because that's the big thing, right? So how can we figure out amongst ourselves who's a specialist in what within our areas, right? And then let them do that piece. You know, everybody do that piece of the pie. It doesn't mean that the pie decreases. It just means you're specialized in that. So you can keep doing that rather than, oh, we'll give you a year of funding now. We'll give you 2 now.
Yeah.
You know, oh, you can reinvent the program. Like this is what I've seen over the many years.
I think in this piece, there to be not that I agree a lot.
Yeah,
But in those situations, corporate sponsorship and so it's getting people in positions that are really good at hub-nubbing that type of thing with those high executives that place this as maybe an importance with all the research and stuff like that. Like I don't know. We see how you can do that. But I'm thinking because that's where the money is.
We can if all our partners would get on the same table. Like even though we have so many that work with us, they work with us disjointedly. Like we work with everyone, but everybody doesn't work together. And if we can get everybody to work together, then we can have a stronger case for government. And one of the things Jen and I will do at the end, that's why we're asking everybody to come back, is some of the priority areas that have been identified. We want each table group to work on, okay, who's interested in what? So we get real working collaborative groups that will continue the work, and then we can amplify. I mean, there isn't a minister I can't talk to. You know, like I can talk to the PMO, right? But we have to have the backing of all our partners to say, this is what we want. And they will listen. Because I go to them so many times and they're like, well, you can't even get everybody to sign your policy over here and you're asking for this. I mean, they don't quite say it like that, but that's what they need, right? Like we've been trying to push the prevention policy now for 3-4 years. It's still in draft form because all our members don't give us feedback on it because that's their not priority. And so until we can have everybody say, yes, prevention's a priority, we're not going to get funding. So these are, and Gloria has policy too, so add your bit too, Gloria. The feds do have the violence group. Yes. And if another government comes in and it gets cut. Yeah. And same with provincially. I mean, the first thing is sorry, NDP, some of my friends are there, including Jesse, who have known since she was little. But the thing is, you can't cut something just because you didn't start it. Right? Like quit trying to make it unique. You can start it. You can. Well, I know they do.
So the reality is that we get all of those together on some issue. So when we went in February to the coercive control thing, it's the first time in years they've got 17 different organizations from around the country. That's when the government listens.
And that's why provincially, if we can just get all our members on board, we should be able to push it. It's not a big deal to get a point with David and present our case. I mean, I talked to Nikki Sharma 2 years ago, and she couldn't at that point see how it affected her. Anyways, but I think she's come along now, and so we need to get coordinated ourselves. If we're all on the same page, and we can invite her. I mean, I don't have to go wherever downtown Victoria to talk. We can all invite her, and all the organizations sit around the table and say, this is what we need. You know, and even we're willing to organize bringing back a bunch of it and having them in a room, but we have to ourselves have a plan on what is it that we want.
You have to know, you have to have very clear ask. To know what it is that you're asking, and it has to be something they can give you.
the sky. Yeah. Oh yeah, for these videos are very powerful. Yes. Are you all familiar with them? The other piece? Yeah. You're just showing them a few.
But you brought it up a couple times at the NEVR.
Oh, yeah.
Meetings,
I have.
and I think you sent out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the barrier is. Like you said, like it's so easy just to give it to your PR person at the office, and just get them to do it. I don't know what it is much to you. So
Yeah. We're gonna have to brainstorm because it doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's not like anything can be out of it. There's so much stuff out there. So I don't know what the fear is.
I mean, it could be something as simple as like maybe just a working group. Like everybody bring your phone and your laptop and just do it. Like maybe coffee too, like a lunch, like or
never meeting.
Yeah, like just actually give it time and to have it more like embedded into everybody pull out your phone.
Yeah.
If you're allowed to or whatever, right? But
should we test it when people come back?
There's so much passion for the world we do like that. Like there's so much passion. And I think that's where things start and we have to feel the same passion. Yeah. Like why are we all doing what we do? And then like and you brought up something about like the reasons why sometimes they don't. But I think part of it too is why it's not just because it's not their first. Yeah. It's also people are scared of losing fun.
Yes, they are.
And so when you have had a good relationship, you know you're getting your fun all the time, and all of a sudden you rock the boat a little bit. Yeah. Or so it looks like that, but it actually isn't. It's actually advocating for the people that you're doing all this for. I think agencies are so scared of rocking the boat because they'll lose fun.
You don't want to bite the hand.
Exactly.
But June 15th is World Health.
Yeah.
Yes. So that should be an easy sell to various groups to say, look, here's something, it's a UN day, or it costs you nothing to show this, and you can claim that you're part of, the 22nd of April is Earth Day, and they're very clever. They've got a website where you can register your event as part of the world's.
Yeah, that's
what
it really is.
And they can do this thing with stuff for world.
Yes, you can. And maybe forward this to someone in your agency that if you don't know how to do this, we're allowed to do this. Send it to you. Like, absolutely not a PR person. Feedback activities.
But this particular time in history.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And we even say, like, we'll provide you a work.
Yeah.
Right. And we were going to set them up anyways, just to set up every month and see who signs up, so that we can at least get more and more people trained on how to do it. That's some good ideas. So
I reached out to beyond medical bank, sort of, senior activity centers, physicians, and home health.
We have the family division, or whatever their title is. Yes, so we're going to get a day where we can talk to them. I've reached out to the president, doctors in BC, they keep changing, to see if we can get them. We've reached out to our national, what is it? CNPA. Yeah, CNPA. We've been trying to get them. Ontario is very well. Okay, and very impressive, and they would love this. Are you taking notes today? I'm going to forget. I'm trying to write all in my head. I know there's so many things to remember, but
because I know, like, I just took care of my 5 years. Yeah. You know, and I think about the resources that I sort of touch. Yeah. And, you know, the social workers that palliative care and hospice care, you know, that's kind of like stuff, but still, lots of families are there, and
Yeah. Let us know. I mean, we've, Savila, she's, involved with the Family Caregivers Association. Yeah. And so she's modifying the toolkit for them. So there's that going on too, but it doesn't mean they can't use the videos that already exist. Because have you shown me BCCRN has all of them. But have the posted online. Everybody puts that on the website, so it takes it down, and they don't. Unless you mark that. To dedicate 1 hour educational things. Yeah. And show a series of positions. They are. If you've got a captive audience, could you ever see the danger? Yes, and we have them in Punjabi. The whole toolkit is in Punjabi. I just have to it's being mind. We've had the translations done. I just haven't had time. It doesn't start like yes. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get and then we'll have that one ready too. I had another friend who was she has a lot of things, but she was hosting programs before, so I had her just do a phone.
Because I wonder too, like about chat.
Yes.
Because that sometimes helps sort of get the word out, right? So yeah, I think
task force.
No, but like no championing. So I think about like Samara Tanger. She's championing right now around the autism and the unofficial council. Yeah. And she's not a celebrity, and they're traveling the YMCA. What do we want? I don't know.
I was thinking of for the WHO, for the women's hockey, her name's not coming now, I can see her. I had emailed her when the league first opened, but I got a response. So, but if you think of somebody else that we can approach,
because sometimes like, you know, even just like say a guy and talking about mom or something like that.
Yeah.
And he's like, I was trying to think of a celebrity today, because I think like because I'm also working with oh really with like just so it's like she's the water girl, she was an actress, and then Down syndrome, and so is she kind of that's kind of washed
there's no national news anchor who talks about her disease. For escape, she might be good.
Yeah. Oh, arsenal?
Yeah.
You know, arsenal?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Was she the one? Yeah, but one of the anchors came out and said that, and they released. Yeah, and first they fired her. They got it back again, but yeah, she spoke publicly about her views and Marvel. Yeah, so was it Adrian? I can't remember. Anyways, write it down. We can write to Adrian. Or term marker. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to all about it, you know, like you. I know you're talking about. Yeah, it wasn't big I watched the visual thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or chats.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Look for,
One.
Oh, yeah, be more than a vice.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
what happened here?
Yeah.
So way back to the beginning, one of the sessions keynotes we did was with, oh, shoot. I can't remember anybody's names right now, but a big ass line who lives in South Surrey.
And we go into like,
Like at our street, but on the
Yeah.
and we go into the schools and we educate.
Yeah.
And right now we're mostly with NEVR. Yeah. So, but he brought up whichever thing. We saw that. And the girls too. Yeah. Okay. But it was really interesting and really, you know, they look up to him.
Yeah.
And he's so intelligent. And so, yes, we brought up some of this. And they all like, at his young age, and knowing. Concussion is work. The thing is, guys to talk about their non-being uses against them. You know, like nobody, again, it's that thing about this. And they would talk to people who knows that they or whatever. So I find it much harder. Yeah, right, because they're gonna have to expose themselves. Yeah, whereas with Hopkins concussions, everybody, it's not a big deal.
It reminds me of Tivo stuff, and like his weight was like taken, and then she like escaped, and now that's what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and again, you know, we met young men, like in the sense of they're listening ears, probably. So, yeah.
We're gonna call the young girl that was Amanda. Her mom has been really like stuff forever. She continues. And then that's one. So I can't remember her mom. You know, like being. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no, the three girls was in Victoria. With Amanda, she was the one that was targeted online. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was in Victoria, the three of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so these come through, like, and we had multiple ones, we had this time we did. Many times.
Yes.
This time we got to take. Yeah. And I'm sure there's survivors. I mean, statistically, many are survivors. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Guy Felicelli. Oh, so we had him as a keynote speaker at our agency day. Yeah, on March 25th. Yeah, he was unbelievable, and he was a child that witnessed and unfortunately his path was not great. But there was one person who I would help us. Yeah. And it really changed the trajectory of his life. And so as service providers, he spoke to us about, I think, I don't know the impact you do. But it can make a difference. And it was an excellent, he's an excellent speaker. He has everybody, guy, chocolate pie, it's like college tea. He's in downtown, he lived in downtown east side for 20 years. Yeah. He is on this, he just released a documentary. And we had him there, and at first I was like, I don't know how this is gonna land, but it was probably the most whole piece of information. And luckily, all our 300 of our staff. Yeah, he was. Yeah, but just he was a child of his mom and dad. He was abusive towards me, but he was also abusive to him. So he named things. Yeah, so that's a good reminder. Yeah, he's great, and he's not cheap to hire him, but he prorates for he just wants to get work out. Yeah.
I mean, I think of my age group and those normal people. So everybody in my age group can say they're survivors.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't even when I was in grade 5 is when the strap went in schools. This is in Vancouver. It's also not interesting. Oh, I have a cousin who says that she was raised in India, and I remember her kids in my school age, and we never yet. We got slapped around because she went to private schools and everything, and discipline was huge, and we survived just fine. That doesn't mean it's okay. Yes. They are more that. They're not going to say where we don't. They're not looking. Yeah, and what they think is normal. And some of it, I think, is the pendulum swung too far. Like there has to be boundaries, and there has to be consequences. But it doesn't mean there has to be hitting and yelling. Right? They're not.
It's true. The gentle parenting, and then use of inappropriate discipline.
Yeah,
that it's too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but also, I just read a really good book called The Anxious Generation. You read it. Oh yeah, and it was very about social media, screen time, selfies, all that kind of stuff, and just the power of that, and then also the same way. So yeah, a lot of our youth don't have that sense of right or wrong because we kind of bottle wrap them too much, and so they're quite a little bit more vulnerable. It's they're fat. We know that fat instinct. We're like, yeah, probably should be at this party. It doesn't look like it's complete. It's gone because we took away too much of this in some of our parenting. So
yeah, and the young women coming up through the high school system, it's all about looks and
yes,
artificial fashion.
Yes,
and I'm watching wanting what's happening here. Like you don't even know who you are. It's like following these social models.
It's almost an addiction because we see that enough too. Where it's funny. Like, we got no money for food. I love nothing. I know. Yeah. Oh yeah. But I don't care what happens. Yeah, I know because there's party. Yeah. But in the same truth, there's party. Yeah. I know. Yes, just yeah. I'll look in the next one. This is pretty far. Yeah, don't worry about the inches in the next week. Inches. But that's our young generation too. Yeah, our young generation. Yeah. And certain things they can't afford a home. Yeah. If you took out Starbucks and for deliveries and all those the last you may be able to afford. Yeah. So yeah. That's things. But I think there, like we'll see at the end. I just had to get out. I just had to.
Those are the young ones.
And last time it was like the
yeah,
like that, and then we have this lash.
Yes.
The filters. Yes. The filters.
Adding.
Yes. Some people.
They don't. they're predicting like a little bit of an because they cannot not see themselves without pictures. All their photos are pictures. So it's kind of just to use YouTube. Yeah. They have to use this. Because the photo will feel right. There's a research behind filters. That's such well they have to that's like I don't know, we're gonna keep we are like to CIA. Look what this me office the reason is this does not fit as strongly CIA terms, not CIA, the public health agency in Canada, that one. It doesn't fit the mandate strongly as other applicants. And I thought, what the hell is more important than primary prevention when you are the Canadian Public Health Agency? It's so not right. I was on a different university, and they got the money for something that was over there, and they're going to charge. And we were trying to do free things, right? Exactly. Yeah.
But it also states that was. We just don't. It's so sad. But yeah. Because he was. No, they cannot engage. Today is they're like anxious, they're scared. Yeah, they can't engage. So there is a huge need for that. They are coaching, preparation, yeah. So social media, virtual reality. This big dad, he was like 6'4", this big dad, and he came to visit with his little daughter, who's like 2. And so we teach them and during that, that the wonder in their eyes, and so he was like on the floor trying to figure it out, but he needed that kind of like, well, if you get on the floor, you're gonna make it, and the little girl was just laughing so hard. It was just so cute, and it was all toys, but he felt safe to kind of do that, and and just kind of practice. I think being a parent is you don't really practice. You're all in the kid. Yeah, and that is never saw that. Oh, yeah. Like we have to misunderstanding. They not they don't know if it's so long or excluding or helping them on that journey of parent. Like that whole idea of a village, take the village. It does take a village as like anybody who is a parent, when you're being a parent, and then you come up against these good moms around you, but not everything has to be mom. So, and then the judging, and so our dad, really like, John already, right? So even like with Ron, I'll do it. And I have a supervisor too, and already like some of these infringing on that piece of being able to do it freely. So if it gets to that, it's one of the right? That's often very great when sometimes they have gone up and unsupervised and then strongly and then they like, do you want to come back and visit? Or your kids will come on really control on that interaction. They all have how the kids will be choose how kids could react to that. So live in action. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah. And maybe your calendar, I'd be like, today everybody has like, or yeah. Conversation. Well, when parents are struggling to connect with their kids for math, like especially in the teens, like it could just be opening up, don't know how to communicate, but opening up with just questions, so that just like even if they just want to like I what I always do with my kids is like I quote their thing is like, oh, what was your high, what was your low today? Like because then like what was great about your day? What was the high of your day? What was the low of your day? Yeah. Always coming to you, and then just that's true. Yeah. Also, that voice, yeah. That was like her daughter. Not in person. They're not around. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And if you're like, have dinner. They're really not like she got out the door. So you're too scared to find it. And it will be. I bet it's out of children now. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, especially now that they're from home. So it's just like, yeah, exactly. Now we FaceTime. Oh, right? Go another way to like. Oh, no. We didn't have much in that table, but we had this clear investment. I know it's like 4 of us, 3 of us. And then what I would do is because I would accept it. The kids would meet on the bar school counter after work, 7 and 9. And so I just and then my husband would have like this whole fun. So we're all at the end, but we're not together. My son was watching Young Sheldon. Yeah, Young Sheldon. And it was like 2 years ago. And he was like eating. And he's like, how can we don't do that? And he's like, you see how like the mom and the dad like come in together and the mom's yelling at the kid together. He's like, we're sitting together. They're around, maybe on the way, and maybe it's a cultural thing. I don't know. So after that, I spotlight this table that would fit in our area, and somebody said that the dinner date was special. Yeah. Oh, and he'll just be sitting there. The other day, who was it telling?
What's that? That's why when you want to ask that somewhere else, no, no, and you had a very scientific conversation. And then the follow-up question was, when can you have a girlfriend? Oh, I'm doing it now. You're baby. That's an age appropriate definition. Yeah. Because we will step it up as they go. Oh, yeah. And then the follow-up, the conversation was, our people share this information. But I want to know. So, where I got. You know he's gonna tell them. Yeah. His child was waiting. Oh yeah. Yeah. Is your son here okay? Oh, yeah, yes, well, yeah, you haven't. I invited him to talk to my yeah, yes. Well, if you need to. We'll see. Oh, yeah. Water or whatever, but yeah, there's lots of primary. Yeah. And don't get rid of the first because they go. Yeah. I gave kids away to my younger than. So I have very well. I have a 35-year-old mother who is himself and turned our house upside down. Added the lecture back in the same in my house, my son was looking for it. Yeah, yeah, he's like, I have a and then it's like, where did it go? Even my husband's like, where's all my hockey cards? How many years? Why do you throw them out? There are so much. I'm thinking, why didn't you bring them with you? Like, well, the things I'm still storing at my house. Oh, I think you do. I've got the store. Oh yeah. I think it's like I never bought my mom kept all my bought magazine posters Oh, you're not gonna keep I have. You want to do more of those addresses? Well, you never know wrong with going on. He was never around. They were cute. Okay, those are bad. Yeah. Like my son. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah. I mean, I learned this year that. Get rid of that. This is just my setup for our last session. Oh, it's right.
We have that. Great stuff. It's so good. Yes. We don't just. No, our staff is fine. Yes. Okay. And I'm very, yeah, no, they're very. So they were very interested in this talk. Yeah, because we hear. Yeah. I'm trying to do it fast. Here's my solution. Yeah. And then we're going to and that is very local, so his colleagues, the two other men are super nice, and then they work with 3 men. Yeah. Yeah. And he's a big guy, you know, like. And then. Yeah. Do you guys go to the ERPC? Yeah. Oh, actually. That's where there's so many familiar faces. Oh, at the end, right? Yes. Yeah. This is really cool. That buffet, I was like, oh. It was so good. No, it's so good. And there's like baklava at the end, and we're not gonna laugh. You're out. Yeah. It was that's so funny. I know we're like, lucky to get like that. Yeah. But you're right. So, and there was a wine and cheese part again. Oh, was there? Yeah, I think it's got to be all these. Yeah. I like some face on like, oh, I should stream budget. It's like for I have to still 5 years in person. Yeah, that's what everybody says. That's what everybody says. I know. Yeah. So where's the different guys? Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like we more private. Oh, really? It's like, oh, right. Right where it used to be, and now it's like. Yeah. Oh, it's you, right? Yeah. Exactly, exactly. Yeah. That's. Well, here. So. Because. There's like. That's why. How do we do what to do? Think about like ideas are different. And then it's like, I mean, yeah. And it's like it's like I mentioned it in our book, but I don't think much on it because I try to improve everything. But if you wanted it, we can add it or open access online. Okay. I so that you can actually write on your trust. Yeah. Yeah, even the law chapter, like the first one I wrote, yes. Yes. And then the second. Yeah. Yeah. We did it on we have just researchers review it, and sometimes everybody has their own experience for review. We try not to exclude. So what okay. Is everything back?
I think they're heading back now.
Okay, good. All my stuff, yeah. On how yeah, it's hard. These offices don't look out of the big way. Oh, yes. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm the first time. Yeah. No. Yes. Oh, really? And then you click on he's basically saying he's the same. And he's on. Yeah. Because he had until they. That is a year. No, I know. Yeah.
Okay, as everyone's entering, you will notice that different tables have a topic on them. So pick the topic you want to have a conversation about. Yes, and go have any food that's still around. Give yourself some brain power. I don't need an introduction. They already know me. Feel busy, but you guys relieve me a lot, so.
Yes.
That's okay. I said I didn't need an introduction. It's fine. You can thank everybody later, since you are the VP. Okay, Jen. I've laid out all our stuff.
Sorry.
That's okay.
In the bathroom.
Oh, that's okay.
A bit of an upset stomach.
Oh, no.
I've run off on you. Look where I've gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember all our topics? I just keep telling them, sit at a table that has a topic on.
That's kind of prevention.
Yep. And then there's elder adult relation. You talk or oh. Okay, move to a table that has a topic on it. Those of you entering. April, if you're looking for older adults, they're in the back. So now I've put topics for tables. Yeah, so pick a topic you're interested in. We got primary prevention, adult relationships, early childhood, elders, youth.
Pull back to a table that's on a topic that you want to work on with other people because they're not understanding. They think it's left over from the last
Oh,
one.
no, I was just saying that. Me. Okay, everybody, what I've done is laid out topic discussions, okay? So each table has a topic. Well, not every single table, but I thought this is all the people we were going to get back. So there's some tables with a topic on it. So pick a table with a topic that you would like to discuss with others in the room. So we're trying to find commonalities between people. And it's a part of getting you to network and collaborate. Yeah, and pick a topic that you like and try to find people you don't already know. If there's only 2 of you here, we'll wait till everybody gets back. We can put tables together too. So 2 tables have the same topic. So this one is prevention initiatives. And then we have youth. We have elders. This is the youth table. And then some people are deciding to leave. Okay, we might as well start, then everybody can get out quick. So if there are 2 tables who have the same topic, so if there's not enough people at your table, you can join the same topic at another table. Like adult relationships there, you guys might want to turn around and join the table behind you. You might want to join the table beside you. If you want to join these guys, they have the same topic. And your early childhood, your youth. Okay. So what we had hoped to do in this session was to get you to get to know other people who have similar interests, and then think of how you want to collaborate going forward. So these are the working groups we want to set up with our network, right? We're all the network on the different topics so that we can move them forward in a systematic way. So you're signing up to work on this into the future. So that's what we're hoping. You don't have to, but that's what we're hoping. And then you've got pieces of paper there where we've asked for people's contact information so that we can get you all into the groups. We'll create them and you can communicate with each other, and we'll set up meetings for you. We'll facilitate that on the different topics. Does that make sense? Does anybody have questions? Oh, haiku. So there's different topic tables that you can join in terms of what everyone is doing. Do you want to do youth? Okay, you can join the youth table there. There's a prevention table there. Okay. All right, Jen, over to you.
Okay, this is real simple. Every year we do this conference, people tell us we want an opportunity to network and to meet people who want to work together. So that's why we've devised this. So we will ask you to make a list of who's at your table and then start to work out things that we might be able to do with the topic that's on your table. So if you have some brilliant ideas, we'd like to steal them. But we will steal them collectively. So we have tables for youth, we have tables for primary prevention, we've got tables for elder abuse, childhood, and adults. So it's basically start chatting. So the big piece of flip chart paper is for your brilliant ideas. So if you just write down what can we do? It can be a wish list. It doesn't have to be practical. We'll deal with the practical stuff later. We just want to know what ideas are in the room so that we can help develop further opportunities for people who are members of NEVR to work together. Your mic.
My mic. Any questions? You might want to introduce yourselves first if you don't know each other. That's the whole idea. Then we're trying to get together. You guys will be the start of a working group. So we'll email it out to everybody on our list to see who wants to work on this topic. And then we will arrange meeting times that work for people so that we can carry forward the work plan.
Okay.
Yeah. See, we don't want you to stop working. Just because, the conference is over and your work is done.
We're jumping in here.
Okay.
Otherwise, there's just maybe two of us over there.
Oh, yeah.
I know each other.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to get to know new people.
Yeah.
Do we need to?
Yes. That's fair. Yeah. Yes, but that is. After I was they drew it back on. Yeah, so. I have to remind you, I'm a product of the and so a lot of my generation get that topic. You're kind of get them to get a different. That's the answer right there. But I am. Anyway, well, yeah.
Should keep an eye on. Beautiful today, by the way. That color is absolutely. And who's taking Good morning, one tomorrow. If I don't remember tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, longer you go. Yeah. Good morning, my children.
I'm hearing some really good discussions everywhere. But you are going to run out of time, so I'm giving you your 5-minute warning. If you want to wrap it up, and then Jen and I will come around and collect the pieces of information. But if you want to put whatever your topic was on your paper, just so when we collect them, we might mix them up. And then we can summarize what the group said and send it out as an email to everybody. Okay. So maybe wrap up in the next 5 minutes and then you can leave and we shall see you tomorrow morning. Thank you to everyone for participating.
We're not leaving any great fire. Are you able to come tomorrow? Yeah, you're welcome. Right? So all of this is yeah. Every year I do it. All of them are very, all of them are very nice. And now
That was my the year I just that's why. If I had money, I would have this with my course. Yeah. Yes. So it's just compressed from both sides right now. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But I just want to and then I did think there's a no, I was because my report is the GSS yes, yeah. Yeah. Best time. Yes. I'm more than so done in my volunteers right now. So now you are speaking. This is yes. Yes. So I can use at decline. But it came to me this year. Both David, I mean, both are.
Yeah. Let's take this down together, please, first.
And then they yes, it's all the same. Well, I was understand this is just I know. You know, I no, I wasn't that for that time. No, I was
Balbir and Sandy and everybody. I hope you have a safe trip home.
How are you going to
Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You found it. Okay. Where would you? I see. Wow, yes. Yeah. That's what. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Just wait, I know this email. Hey. Guys, you got everything for it. Hey. We're being coded here, but it's, I guess, not figured out. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna need a report. Are you gonna Yes, yes. We need to take everything. We're exhausted. Yeah, that has to stay. Maybe I'll post. Yeah. There's my. We're back.
You have to do that room. Let's see, that's security, just the art that person area. Do you have to put it back in the office? At operation. Everybody except right. That's interesting. Yes. Yeah. Also, yes. Yeah. The information I have. I like the oh, no, this. Okay, well, we'll send it back to the picture. All papers that were done, they're right here. You want to take them now? I was going to ask, that was here. There's only a few left. Anything you want, a banana or an apple. Well, no, but the container needs to go back. We need that container back. somebody can come with me and bring the other thing. Okay, I'll come with you. Okay. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, such an important topic, and I'm so glad KPU keeps helping. Which is great. Yeah, because I was worried after I retired, are we gonna get space? Are we gonna get support?
Yeah, no, I
But
get
everybody's been so good.
No,
It's,
I'm really glad that it went really well.
It did.
And you guys have done a great job.
Thank you, we're trying. It's such a huge issue.
No, yeah, definitely it is a big issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, indeed, like a little effort could go like a long way. So
Yeah, we're trying. We'll keep at it. Eventually, something will happen.
No, definitely, yeah. Anyway, yeah. But you'll be seeing Sean tomorrow, so I hope you guys have maybe tomorrow as well.
Yes, it'll be a full house again with 146 people.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy your evening.
You too.
Thank you.
You got the 3 minutes there?
Yes.